Good morning, colleagues. Could you please take your seats? Colleagues, we need to start, please. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, dear co-chair and colleagues that are online. It's a pleasure to see you all. This is the last day of our meeting. So just let me start with some general remarks. Yesterday, we made progress on a number of agenda items, and in the evening, we were able to enjoy a reception. So we thank for the reception with the Secretariat and observers, which was also made possible due to your discipline and making succinct and to the point interventions. I would like to ask you to continue in this manner and keep your interventions pointed to allow us to conclude on all agenda items and adopt the report of the meeting. As you know, a revised schedule of work has been posted on the meeting page, accessible by visiting the Santiago Network website, santiago-network.com, under the Events tab and selecting the fourth meeting of the Advisory Board. It is document SNAB/2025/4/2 Rev 2. We also circulated the draft decision points from selected agenda items discussed yesterday, as we raised since the first date of this meeting. We kindly ask you that you provide comments on the draft before we break off lunch to enable the co-chairs to incorporate all views in the meeting report to be adopted under agenda item 14. We also want to remind you the invitation that we made yesterday to indicate your interest in joining one of the two subcommittees. Of course, we have also a pending discussion on another subcommittee that was suggesting. We are going to discuss that in other matters. But at least we have two committees, and we would like to remind you that it's important to get your feedback if someone of you would like to join this committee. We have the budget subcommittee and the committee of conflict of subcommittee of conflict of interest. If we do not receive nominations, so we cannot open any committee, frankly speaking, no? And you request those committees. So it's important that we have members. So with that, I thank you for being patient, and I would like to turn your attention to the continuation of the agenda. Alpha, please go ahead.
Good morning. Just one question. Thank you for the request and thank you for the reminder. But we don't know how many people will be the committee and what is the composition and setup. So it's quite difficult to,
Thank you very much, Alpha. For the Conflict of Interest Committee, we already decided that it will be 4 members. So we need to have 4. And for the Budget Committee, we don't have a specific number. It's up to you to decide how many members do we need in the committee. So at least we need to have some expression of interest to establish the committee. Alpha, go ahead.
Yes, I think we could have, or also in the budget committee, to be consistent across all committees that will be set up, 2 from developing countries, if you allow. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Alpha. We will engage in that discussion in a later stage, but at least my invitation to you is to raise your interest to be part of the committee so we can evaluate if it is the same 4 number, we need 6. I mean, it's up to you. It's up to the board to decide. Thank you so much. And please don't forget that you can come to Hannah, who's helping us to have the names. We already have 2 nominations, but the other committee is still pending to discuss if we reach an agreement on that. Okay, thank you so much. Let's move to agenda item 7, which is the continuation of the Secretary of Recruitment and Regional Presence. I would like to turn once again to this agenda item. And according to the schedule that we provide you last night, we would like to start with the agenda item 7B, which is regional presence. We think that it's important to start with that one because it has some relation with the Secretary of Recruitment. So we will start with the regional presence. Yesterday, we discussed the establishment of the regional presence of the Santiago network, and members expressed their views on the background document contained in SNAB/2025/4/10 and share their proposals on a way forward. The co-chairs have listened your views, all views. And through the day yesterday, as you know, we conducted consultations with each one of you to arrive at a proposal that takes, in our view, into account the diverse perspectives shared, including the feedback gathered through informal consultations, as well as the formal process. On this basis, we have shared with you our co-chairs' proposals yesterday evening as follows, and I would like to kindly ask the Secretariat to project the proposal. Everybody has the proposal in your emails. So just to raise, before I introduce the proposal, that from our perspective as co-chairs since the beginning of this meeting, we raised the importance to reach an agreement, colleagues, friends, and members. We believe that this is one of the most important decisions that we have to take here. And we also have the opportunity to engage on this discussion since 2024, as I raised since the introduction of this agenda item. We have a discussion of a paper in 11 December 2024, on February 20 and 11 March. we have the opportunity to engage intersessionally, and yesterday with all of you during this session in an informal and formal setting. So our proposal is to decide to establish regional presence of the Santiago Network Secretariat to effectively fulfill its mandate. We shall, of course, take into account some principles that I'm not going to read all of them, but for instance, the needs of developing countries, to be cost effective and cost efficient, and increase the efficiency and effectiveness of the Secretariat operations. So we believe that it's important to recognize that there are some minimum principles that we need to take into account when we decide to establish this regional presence. We also decide that the Santiago Network regional presence will follow an approach that maximizes regional coverage in light of the resources constraints while recognizing the need for optimizing efficiency, and will take the form of a combination of Santiago networks regional coordinators, full-time consultants, and designated contact points to be deployed as follows. We suggest or we recommend to adopt a decision that establish regional coordinators located in UNDRR regional and sub-regional office in African region, Asia Pacific region, and Latin American and Caribbean region. It will be located in Nairobi, Bangkok, and Panama. We also decide that the Santiago Network head office will serve to Eastern Europe region. This is building in terms of the option one that was presented in the previous session. But considering that some of you raised the importance to approach and to give the opportunity, of course, to ensure that all groups get the support of the Secretariat. And we heard your calls strongly for LDCs and seats. We also suggest to have full-time Santiago Network desk officers located in UNDRR and UN regional and sub-regional offices in the locations of Dakar to serve least developed countries, and in Suva to serve small island developing states. We also, as I mentioned before, we have the possibility to designate contact points. The contact points, it was something that was adopted at the previous COP, and we suggest to have contact points located in UNDRR regional and sub-regional offices in the following locations: Addis Ababa, Barbados, Cairo, and Brussels. We believe that this proposal is the proposal that could give us the opportunity to launch the process. This is the right moment. This is the last opportunity that we have to show to the world that we can deliver. We cannot delay this decision, colleagues. There is no any chance. The effects of climate change are affecting all countries, and we need to take a decision here in this meeting. So I'm not going to entertain the explanations. I think the proposal is very clear. I think all regions are covered, all interests are covered. Perhaps just let me clarify on the contact points. The contact points are not going to be paid by the Santiago Network Secretariat. We are using the advantage of the UNDRR regional and sub-regional offices to have contact points there, but it's not full-time staff that will be dedicated, because otherwise we need to pay for that staff. So those contact points are really useful in the sense that you can approach them to get information in terms of how's the process, where to, who approach, where you can get information in terms of how to apply, basic information. And the regional coordinators, as well as the full-time Santiago Network desk officers, will be covered with the budget of the Santiago Network Secretariat. Just to clarify that, and we submit in the email a table that provide you the information in terms of the costs implications. There is no a huge, difference, and with that, considering that the resources available are, not big but not too small, we can cover that and ensure that everybody gets involved in this important network. So, having said that, I would like to suggest to adopt this decision as a compromise, trying to move forward the work that we are doing. With that, I just want to ask you to let me know if there is any objection to this decision. Rashid.
So we commend the co-chairs for their commendable efforts in seeking common ground. We express some concern regarding the financial costs associated with this governance structure. Regarding regional presence and building on the proposal currently on the table, following the consultation led by the co-chairs, we propose a few minor adjustments due to the special needs and circumstances of Africa. We would prefer to the appointments of two regional coordinators rather than just one. One will be based in Dar es Salaam and this other one in Dakar, whereas the desk officer for LDCs will be based in Addis Ababa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rachid, I have a question for you. Are you objecting the decision? Because that's my question. So you cannot accept this decision.
The proposal that we have in the table, we can't accept it now.
So you are objecting?
Yeah, at this moment.
Okay, thank you so much. Alpha.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Good morning, everyone. We'd like us at the outset to subscribe 100% behind the statement made by Rashid on behalf of Africa Group. And I will kindly request you to put this proposal also as one of the options as we discuss. It is a proposal made by a group. And since there is no decisions, we are not only have proposals, I think it is worth also being subject of a discussion and intelligence sharing by all members. Instead, thanks.
Thank you very much, Alpha. Before to give the floor to Edie, my proposal to you is to give time to discuss the two proposals, the proposal that you made and the proposal that I'm putting. Just comments, general comments to get the sense. And then with the sense that we will receive from you, we will consider how to proceed with that. We do not have time, colleagues. We cannot engage in this discussion the whole day. So I'm going to be brief. I will allow you to intervene briefly, and please provide us some guidance. It's up to you to take or leave it, the co-chair's proposal. We are just putting on the table something that we believe could be the landing zone to accommodate everybody's views. So I'm going to give the floor to Edie, and I will open the floor for comments, general comments, short interventions. I do really appreciate. Edie.
So thank you. Good morning, co-chairs. I think this decision was discussed among the Asian group, and with the chair, we agreed on this proposal. So I will support the proposal, but we are in a dynamic process, and the work we are doing here in this room is impacting what we want to achieve for the incoming month and years. So I support the proposal coming from Rashid. So we still trying to find a landing zone. Maybe we can be more detailed in the proposed, and we will still discussing the proposal among us and to see what will be the best for the Santiago network.
Thank you very much, Edie. If you allow me, so I would like to, just to have the time for discuss, I would like to ask the Secretariat to explain the costs, because some of you raised concerns about the cost. I think perhaps could be useful to get that information. And then I will open the floor for comments on the two proposals that are on the table, the co-chair's proposal and the proposal that was made by Rachid. And please, colleague, we do not have time. We need to be efficient. We need to launch the delivery of technical assistance. We need to deliver. So please, Secretariat, could you please explain the cost and what are the implications with this proposal, and if the work of the Secretariat will be affected in terms of this budget and new structure? Thank you.
Yes, many thanks, Co-Chair, and good morning, board members. I'm very happy to address you today, and also in response to the request from Co-Chair Angela to provide you with information about the costs. Just to note that this information also was shared together with the Co-Chair's proposal, so you have early visibility of the costs. This was received. This was shared by email, and I will just walk you through it. Would you like us, Co-Chair, to project on screen? Yes. This is the information that we have when it comes to the estimated annual costs of having 7 head office positions, as in the proposal from the co-chairs, 3 regional coordinators positions that would be based in the respective locations, 2 regional desk officers that also have been will be based in the locations that have been mentioned in the co-chair's proposal, and the hosting cost for regional personnel. As mentioned by the co-chair, the cost of there is no cost for the contact points, as we will be also relying on the support of our co-host UNDRR. Here we have the cost disaggregated by each of these cost categories, and we have a total of 2,700,000, as you can see here. We see also in coming up with this estimate that this is a combination of regional presence and modalities that optimizes the use of resources and also provides maximum coverage, because this way the Secretariat would be able to have different arrangements providing regional presence in various parts of the world. This maximizes coverage and also is mindful and respectful of efficiency. Thank you, Co-Chair.
Thank you very much. And also, I just want to point out to the comments made by Rashid. You suggest to have a regional office in Dhaka, I think so. Just to highlight that there is no UNDRR office in Dhaka, and the decision that we took is in the previous scope is to use the office available. So we have an office in Nairobi. And just let me also to highlight that our proposal, of course, is trying to accommodate everybody, but perhaps just to raise and keeping in mind the concerns expressed by the African region. That's why we are proposing Nairobi to serve the African region. We are also proposing to have full desk officers, which doesn't increase, as was mentioned by the director, the resources, the amount of resources that we need to use in Dakar to serve these developed countries, as was mentioned by some of you, all of you, African region. You have a lot of LDCs countries, so that's why we are suggesting that. But we are also suggesting to have designated contact points located in UNDRR regional and sub-regional offices, which are Addis Ababa and Cairo, which are African region also. So, colleagues, I think this is the most balanced proposal that we can put on the table. You have let's say, four people who will be serving to the African region. Let's say that the Caribbean region is just going to have Barbados. Latin American region is just going to have Panama. Eastern Europe region is just going to have the head office and a contact point located in Brussels. So, trying to be frank, we try to accommodate the interest of everybody. As I mentioned before, we have been discussing how to operationalize the Santiago network since 2019, colleagues. Since 2019. We are in 2025. We need to use the resources available. We need to deliver. Colleagues, I just want to ask you to reconsider your position and to let us to move forward and reach an agreement that accommodates the interest of everybody. I give the floor to Edie, followed by Alpha.
Oh, thank you, Chair. So I think since the beginning of the work that we're having here in the advisory board, we always work in sense of compromise. So we have you have a proposal, and we have a proposal. I think the language of take it or leave it proposal is not adapted of the work we are doing on this advisory board. That is first point. So we work in time of taking the time to make the good decision who is adequate for everyone here. What I propose is maybe we can continue the work in the advisory board. We can have a very small group in drafting decision on the regional presence with two non-Annex 1 countries and two Annex 1. In terms of coming with a proposal just after lunch break for the final draft that we'll have to accommodate everyone in this room. We're still open in discussing and drafting the decision text, and to have a good result coming from here. I think it can allow us to follow and deliver on this agenda, and then I hope just after lunch break we will come up with a good decision for us.
Thank you very much, Edie. Alpha, followed by Eneida, and followed by Ide. Sorry for that.
First of all, I would like to indicate that Edie is speaking on behalf of LDCs, not representing Africa Group. The second point is I'd like to indicate also that the proposal was made, and I will kindly request you to seek feedback on the request instead of retabling a proposal that everybody knows. So I kindly request you, co-chair, to request feedback on the proposal made. And for the record, the proposal we made back in the day, since this discussion have started, the very beginning, I tabled options in the two informal meetings. As a co-chair, I had a discussion even with the secretariat and indicated my concern because a proposal was made in the call supported by two board members outside me, so three board members, and this proposal never made it to be here and to be considered. And that is the grave concern because here as a board members, we definitely, despite the diversions, despite the interests, we are all committed to have an inclusive and inclusive process. So my first point is, and that's for record, that I notice in the past, because you do not have time to, first for the time being, to react, and we are still discussing it. But I think it's very important, very, very important that if proposal is made by group of members, that this proposal is being considered and is being reflected throughout the process. We are here with the same commitment to make sure that the Santiago network evolves as quick as possible. But for the process sake, it's important when submission is made to be treated in the equal, fair manner as other proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Alpha. And just to clarify, I invite you all before, if you remember my previous statement, to provide views on the two proposals that are on the table, the proposal made by Rachid and the co-chair's proposal. So I'm seeking your views on that. So please intervene and comment on the two proposals that are on the table. So Eneida, followed by Ide.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. Dear colleagues, I would like to ask each one of you, as our Co-Chair mentioned, that it's already past 5 years since the establishment of the network. And I'm pretty sure that the people out there are seeking solutions and are waiting for technical assistance to be delivered to them. I am sure they do not mind how many people are working in one office, but what they need is technical assistance. This is the urgency. So I would like to ask everyone to put all the efforts together and proceed to serve to our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eneida. Ide, who is online, followed by Gladys and then Matthias.
Hi, thank you, co-chair, and good morning, everybody. So for me, talking on behalf of ULAC, I would want to definitely thank you all for going through this. I know it has been a long process, a lot of discussions, and I honestly believe that for us to be able to start, just like what our previous colleague just indicated, it is time for us to move. I think we have had a lot of discussions. It has taken us a long time to reach here. And when it comes to the views of seeing the representation, at least within Panama and Barbados, I would say that we do come in agreement with this proposal, and for us to at least start off with getting this on track and trying to move and support the countries that need that are asking for it at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ide. Gladys.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you for the proposal and making the best efforts to put us in the right way. I think it's crucial that we decide this today and with the best spirits, to kick off the work of the network. I would like to say that I support the proposal of the co-chairs. I think it's a good proposal that put us in a landing zone. I think I'm happy also to have there more support for the seats and the LD seats. I think it's a good approach because we recognize their capacity constraints. So, and also regarding the proposal of the African group, I would maybe suggest that this could be reviewed in the future. At some point we can set a point in time to see how it's going, if the countries and communities are presenting how many submissions proposals for technical assistance, etc. So we can see if indeed some of the region needs to change the structure of the network to serve that region. We can do that in time later, but I think we need to advance today and make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gladys. Matthias, followed by Valentina.
Thank you, Angela, and good morning, colleagues. Just would like to echo what you said, co-chair and other colleagues, that we don't really have a choice then to decide on this today. We don't want to be involved in a hold-up of the operationalization of the Santiago network. I mean, it sounds dramatic, but I think it's really about that. We need now the capacities of the secretariat to be able to work, and the regional posts are a crucial piece in that. I would like to thank the co-chairs for your careful proposal, which we as Switzerland can support. And I say also some of the reasons for that. First, I think it's balanced representations in the regions. I think it's. I heard a lot the African group also about their needs in Africa, and I think here we have a good presence in Africa with the regional coordinator in Nairobi, with the desk officer in Dakar, which is to serve least developed countries. As you said, you know, as Alpha said as well, we have a lot of least developed countries in Africa. So Dakar is the right placement for this least developed country desk officer. Then, of course, we have the contact points in Cairo and Addis as well. So, by the way, yeah, I think it's great that we make use of these contact points of UNDRR, which is also something that is in the CMA-CP decisions that mandate us here. So, for all these reasons, I think it's a very, very good proposal. I mean, there's a cost difference slightly to the free options that were proposed in the paper, but it's not of a magnitude that makes a significant difference. So we can support this co-chair proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthias. Valentina, followed by Akio.
Thank you, co-chair. I welcome and fully support the proposal to establish a regional presence of Santiago Network Secretariat proposed by co-chairs. And I'm particularly pleased to see the blended approach proposed by you, which combines regional coordinator, full-time desk officer, and design contact points. This blended model ensures broad geographical coverage while maintaining cost effectiveness and operational efficiency. I'm especially glad to see that 2 regional desk officers and 4 design contact points located in the UNDRR regionals and sub-regional offices will support regional approach and technical assistance delivery. And also welcome the understanding that this setup can be revisited and adjusted as needed during the implementation based on operational experience and evolving needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Valentina. Akio, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, co-chair. First of all, thanks very much for your extra effort to coordinate to come up this final proposal for us today. Thank you very much, and I'd like to echo to the previous speaker to support your co-chair's final proposal. Then particularly, yes, I also echo to the suggestion by Gladys on the significance of continue this discussion by reviewing the performance of the proposed structure of the regional presence. So, yeah, it is important to leave the option to enhance the regional presence in the coming years by reviewing the the number of technical assistance proposal in each region, how the secretariat can work for the processing these requests. So as mentioned by others, this is a start of establishing the structure, incorporating the regional offices. So we may have a chance to review this proposed structure through this year and the coming year. So this is my proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other views? Okay, colleagues. So my suggestion to you, I heard your views again. And I just want to clarify, when I say take it or leave it, means that you can decide other things. I mean, our proposal is just a proposal, and it's up to you, to the board members, to decide other things. But we believe, we frame it in a way that we believe, but perhaps we are wrong, that everybody feels comfortable, that everybody feels involved in the process, because we don't want to leave anyone behind. This is for developing countries, and we want that developing countries get access. So I listened to points made by Gladys and Akio, and I would like to make an additional suggestion for your consideration. And I will pause for 5 minutes to leave you to consult between you, if you allow me, Edie, just to finalize my intervention. So I would like to suggest that we add in the decision an additional paragraph, because this is not in stone, I have to say. Because in reality, we don't know which are the demands of the regions. We just have, at least until now, just 2 requests. We don't know if we will get, thousands, millions of requests. I expect that, but in reality, we don't know. But at this point, we are establishing a structure that is really big, allowing all countries, developing countries, to get access. So my suggestion is to add an additional paragraph that reads, we can work in the language, something as follows. The advisory board may review the regional presence of the Santiago network could be 2026, 2027, so we can decide, in line with the technical assistance needs and demands. This is just a proposal that came out, identified by developing countries, with a view to ensuring a more effective, coordinated, and context-specific response. It's just a suggestion, just to give you the assurance that what we decide to establish, for instance, if it is the co-chair's proposal, is not going to be the end of this discussion, because we don't know what is the situation and the future demand. So this is not in stone, and perhaps this paragraph or these ideas was suggested by Gladys and Akio, give you the opportunity to come again and revisit and consider if there is a need to have more or to have less, or it's not always to increase. It could be less, because perhaps we just need to have regions, or we just need to, or we don't have resources, and because we don't have resources, we cannot pay the 3 regional coordinators. We need to evaluate in accordance to the budget also and to the demand. So I think that's the proposal that I want to add as part of the decision. I didn't consult with my co-chair. Apologies, it was difficult, but it could be one of the proposals that I want to put on the table for consideration, and it's up to you if give you some kind of comfort. I think it's the difficult thing, and this is the position of the co-chairs. We try to accommodate everybody, and it's difficult to say that everybody will feel at the same level of comfort. But we try to do our best. So I give the floor to Edie and followed by Matthias again, or is a previous flag? Followed by Matthias, okay.
Thank you, Chair. So I just want to call maybe for a 10-minute break. I need to consult with my colleagues from AGN, please.
Sure, of course. I just made this proposal as an additional, and I will let you to have a break of 10 minutes so you can discuss not only between your groups, please talk with each other because the decision is between all of us. So I kindly invite you to talk with others. Matthias, please go ahead, followed by Tetet, and I will close the list of the speaker.
Yeah, thanks, Angela. I think it's a brilliant idea to review this according to how things evolve and where the demand comes, etc. I just think that 2026 will be superbly early because those colleagues, those regional colleagues, they will just have shipped their furniture to their new places, and they might get a notice to relocate just after some months they're there. So I think 2028 will be a more realistic timeline, perhaps either in line with the general review that is planned anyway, or if colleagues feel more comfortable to have it separately, of course that's fine as well. But yeah.
Thank you so much. Sure. I just put on the table 2026, 27, 28. I mean, it's up to you, but I understand your point. It's clear that in 2026, they are just, signing the contracts to be higher. So, Tetet, go ahead.
Thanks very much, co-chair. And just to express my appreciation for all the love and care that the co-chairs did yesterday with informal consultations with all constituencies. So it's much appreciated. Perhaps before we break, I would also like to request if we can see on the screen the proposal made by Rashid so that we can make good use of the 10 minutes by seeing an actual proposal shown on the screen. No? And before we also discuss the specifics of whether we like this proposal or the co-chair's proposal, just a minor language tweak that I saw in the co-chair's proposal that could probably have some implications for developing countries. No, section para 7.1.1. It says there, take into account the needs of the developing countries that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. The use of the developing countries that are particularly vulnerable, it gives me some discomfort because it assumes that some developing countries are not particularly vulnerable. So if we could drop that would read much better. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Tetet, and thank you so much for that. I think that's an improvement, and I apologize because we are not like native English speakers, so that's we appreciate that. I think it's something that we can do. Thank you so much, and of course, with the invitation that you made, if Rachid has the proposal in writing, they can share it. Okay, so I think colleagues, you have it in your WhatsApp. You have the opportunity to look at it. So we will break for 10 minutes. And please, colleagues, I would like to kindly ask you to bring with a compromise solution. Whatever is the compromise is up to you. But there are two proposals on the table. If you have an additional one, is welcome. And please, colleagues, if you don't bring a proposal, we need to leave this meeting without clear decision on this and accept that we are not going to start delivering and that we fail as board members. So a 10 minutes break, and please come back, talk to each other, and I look forward that we can solve this agenda item when you come back. Thank you so much. Colleagues, could you please take your seats? Okay, colleagues, thank you so much. We are taking a lot of time in this discussion, but I understand that is needed because, of course, it's one of the main decisions that we need to take in this advisory board meeting. So I would like to invite the African region, Rachid, to provide us comments or new proposals or landing zones so we can finalize this agenda item soon. Rachid.
After a fruitful discussion and consultation with co-chairs and the secretariat and taking note of the position of our colleagues, so we decide to do a huge concession. And also we want to clarify one issue, that when we have put into place our proposal is not a new proposal, but it was just an amendment of the co-chair text. So yes, we accept to have one regional presence than two, as requested before, but we're still asking for Dar es Salaam as location of this regional office. And also we insist regarding the process, and that this is an interim arrangements of the regional presence, and also we ask to put in the decision that we have to lead a regular review after 2 years, and we ask secretariat to prepare for this regular review a draft of TOR that should be adopted and amendment or by the EB. And also we had some intervention from our colleagues, and no harm, please. As representative of the African group, we are fully committed to the effective operationalization of Santiago network for loss and damage. And since the inception of the EB, we have consistently demonstrated solidarity and have made significant concession to ensure the network becomes a functional and impactful mechanism. And we can't tolerate any words that harm AGN representatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rachid. Just for clarity, because I want to everybody gets the same. It was difficult to get all your views. So the main proposal that you made is you can go along with the co-chair's proposal, but you want to change the placement of the office, not in Nairobi, but you want to have it in Salam, Dar Salam. That's the first proposal, and also you want regular review of the in 2 years.
Arrangements.
Okay, in 2 years, so it will be in 2027.
Yes.
The first review.
Yeah.
Okay. So I would like for ask for views on that proposal.
And interim arrangements. I have done pronounced 3 issues. Okay, so we accept to have one regional office, but in
Dar es Salaam.
than Nairobi. First declaration. Second one is we are talking about interim arrangements of regional presence. Interim. So we can, as you mentioned,
Like the review, the
evolutive,
paragraph that I
yes,
suggest on the
yes.
review, that will be in 2027.
Yes, it's evolutive
Okay.
and dynamic. So
Okay, good.
and also we ask for a regular review after 2 years about the institutional arrangements. Okay. And
Okay.
the OR of this review, we ask secretariat to prepare first draft, and discuss it among us before adopt it.
So the first review will be in 2027 and then on a regular basis.
Yeah.
Which we don't know what does it mean, but
Yes,
we need to
yeah.
discuss that. Okay, thank you very much. So just to clarify, the proposal again is to change the location of the regional office, regional coordinator office, not in Nairobi. The suggestion is to have in Dar es Salaam, and I would like to ask the Secretariat to clarify if that's possible or not, because that's important because, as you know, the decision that we adopted at the COP raised that we decide that UNDRR offices are the ones who are gonna, deliver the support. So I don't have any answer of that, but I think the Secretariat can provide us information. The second one, which is related with the third one, is to have the first review in 2025 and then on a regular basis. So we can draft a paragraph. 2027, sorry, apologies. My confusion. 2027 and then on a regular basis. So this is the changes that the African region would like to propose at the co-chair's proposal. So I would like to open the floor for comments on that. But before to go on the comments, if you allow me, Alpha, I just want to ask the Secretariat to clarify if then on the proposal to change the location, if it is viable or not. So Carolina, and then I open the floor for all of you for comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair, and many thanks to the advisory board. On the proposal to change the location, we have consulted and checked with our co-hosts. There are no offices of UNDRR or UNOPS at the regional or sub-regional level in Dar es Salaam, but we can check on options and alternatives. We take note of the interest on having the location in Dar es Salaam, and we can check on options and come back to the advisory board. Thank you.
Okay, so we are going to give time to the Secretariat, and I would like to open the floor. Alpha, followed by Akio.
Yes, first to indicate that this proposal, that first in this specific agenda item, there was only one group requesting specific treatment. And I don't want to repeat myself. All my statements were factual based. And we still do believe that one regional coordinator or official will not be sufficient to service Africa. The second point is, in the whole discussion, the Africa group has been very consistent in its approach that it does not harm any other region. The point that we made is only for Africa. We never engage in the business of order. However, we have seen reluctance to reflect the very reality of the world. And that's also part of the process. That's why we are still lagging behind, because the reality is, the truth hurts. And the truth is, we have very specific context. So from that point of view, in this process, particularly in this agenda item, it is Africa either making concession or not accepting. There's no other group. And we've been consistently saying that we want at least two. In the WIM review, for record's sake, African states, over 20 countries, say 3. But nonetheless, we have a long discussion. And this discussion that the things that we are presenting here is being well discussed and escalated. And based on the proposal of the co-chairs, and in the spirit of moving on, even without reflecting African view and reality, we made concession again, as we used to make. But we still believe this is an interim decision. That's why we think this is an interim decision. I made the case of the GCF, who started with 1 every region and never increased from the other region, but increases the case in Africa to 4. So we think the process will inform us that where the review comes in, we need to review, and this review has to be conducted by the board. So the TOR will be, the first step can be coming from the secretariat. We will review it. We will make the term, make sure that the evaluation captured the different reality. So I'm making the point is that first we made a big concession. We are not talking about 2. We are talking about a review that is in the interest of all developing countries. And we have specific textual proposal. We are just talking about the things, and that's the main point. And we are talking about the review. And my plea to the other counterparties to reconsider our proposal, because if we were not to accept the review process, we were not to accept that it is an interim arrangement, we are in a position not to accept anything. And everybody knows how Africa has been leading. The whole decision here, I have my handwriting on it, on the Santiago network, from the beginning. From the beginning. From the review in Madrid to the last moment. So if there was a delay, there was a delay in the process. COVID came in, so the story that we are 5 years is not because of Africa. My plea to you is to reconsider, because if people were not to accept that, I don't know what you want from Africa. We made a lot of concession, and no one is making concession here because no one tabled any options. Only Africa. Only Africa posed proposals. So reconsider the view, because we will bring us in the situation that is unfortunate, but we are here to represent peoples. It's not our decision, we have instruction. If we were not to accept that, I don't know, we will go without decision. And I think it will be not Africa to blame. And that's why I took the floor. Why not to blame Africa? Africa made the factual point about its special circumstance. Africa was expecting 2, we accept 1. Africa has strong concern about the budget implication of the sophisticated arrangement. We think it is an interim one. And it has to be reviewed, and the review hand being steered by the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alpha. We have Akio, followed by Camila.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair, for your continuous efforts for reaching a landing zone. Also, thank you, Rachid and African Group, for your suggestion. I think everyone acknowledged that we need you need to enhance regional presence, and we need to accelerate our actions for catalyzing the technical assistance. I believe there's no objection. Then currently there's no technical assistant under the Santiago network, so I think we are, as mentioned by Angela, our co-chair, we are not sure if the original proposal or the amended proposal will actually work under the purpose of Santiago network. So therefore, I think to establish kinds of mechanisms to monitor and evaluation are very important. Under the Santiago network strategy, as particularly MEO's framework. So I hope that such a proposal on review will be conducted in line with the whole Santiago network strategy if this idea is approved. And then the clarification is, Secretary Carolina, response, thank you very much, to check the, feasibility of something to host the regional coordinator in Dar es Salaam, but I want to know the timeline or how to deal with it. If I want to know if it is possible to that all Santiago Network advisory members understands the feasibility by the end of this today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Akio. We have Camila, followed by Aisha.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair. And thank you so much for all of the work you have done to try to get us to a finish line. I have been working really hard to represent my constituency in this seat, with the priority always being to set up a network that would work for everyone and set it up in a process that we're making sure we have the basis. Given some of the comments that have been made on the floor, I did want to come in and say that while I have been personally convinced that the discussions on vulnerabilities are not leading us towards a decision that are best for us, I do come from a position of representing the most vulnerable countries to the adverse effects of climate change. For SIDS, we are not talking about losses, economic losses, or at some point or one or other event. We're talking about our whole existence that is put in question. Relocating entire countries, losing 100% of our territories. SIDS have been at the call for loss and damage since 1992. And in the call for solidarity, we have also made incredible concessions in the process to reach the Santiago network. And we have engaged in this process completely aware of the spirit of solidarity. We have agreed, my position here was agreeing on the idea of option one, always on the understanding, and it was a proposal I made on the floor, that this was a steps approach, that this would be a first consideration, and that then there would be evaluation as to what the needs were. And I made that proposal in the full understanding that once this network is operational and requests start coming from our Pacific region, from our Caribbean region, that are not covered by the regional offices, because our Pacific seats are very far away from Bangkok and a completely different reality, and is the case for our Caribbean seats that have a completely different reality to our seats in Panama, and same for our African and Indian Ocean. I was fully aware that eventually we will reach a position as this network grew and funding grew, we would have positions that would serve those areas specifically. But my understanding was that a process approach was the best for setting this network up for success. And that has been the engagement I've given to this discussion. And with that, I am of course happy to see this as a process-wise. That has been the position of this seat from the beginning. But also knowing in going forwards that all of the seats here are working really hard to reach consensus, and that should be at the basis of how we organize ourselves and we interpret the work that is happening here, because we all want to serve developing countries across the globe, and because we are in dire need of this technical assistance for our survival. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Camila. I have Aisha, followed by Gideon, and I close the speakers list, and I will propose the way forward. Aisha.
Thank you very much. I think everybody is working here with full sincerity to ensure that Santiago network becomes operational and it fulfills the objectives that it has to meet. But my request is that, we cannot be too aggressive in our demands. All regions are important. All vulnerable countries are important. So we have to be realistic in our demands. The network will become operational if we focus on the criteria, the timeline which is required for ensuring that TA requests are met. And if my request to countries who think that they have greater stake and they are not getting the due representation, my request would be to please look at the data of your country data and let us try to increase the number of OBNEs from those countries and regions who think that they need greater representation everywhere. I mean, we all work in solidarity, and my humble request is that let's be realistic in our demands. All regions are important. People in all vulnerable people in the world are important. So we have to work in a manner where everybody gets a chance for representation. So it's not about your region and my region. It's about showing solidarity, and we have to be realistic. We cannot be very aggressive in our demands because that will not lead us anywhere. So please, let's be realistic and try to focus on operationalizing the fund and instead of fighting over these positions. And I think from my perspective, the whole problem starts because we want to have 7 positions in Geneva, which makes no sense. I mean, what is the number of vulnerable people in Geneva or around Geneva? So the headquarters should have been in a place where communities are affected, where people are in need. So the basic premise from my perspective is put in a country which is actually a bubble. So, and that has brought so many other fights where, you know, everybody thinks that they are underrepresented. And my request is that, you know, let's try to focus on the more practical aspects of operationalizing it. And maybe these structures, let's increase our online presence. Let's create the basic structure which is required. And then we can keep on fighting and create solutions that which region should have how much. But it's important that let's operationalize and focus on the criteria and the timeline which is required to accept TA proposals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aisha. Gideon, then Alpha, and I close the list, please, because we need to move forward. Gideon, please.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I wish to also thanks Africa region for coming into the compromising and making this decision so that we can move forward. We have had yesterday a lot of informal discussions among the African group, and I joined them in the spirit of solidarity to make sure that we come up with the best decision. And the best decisions from Africa this is what I've already tabled, and I wish or urge to ask members to accept this proposal so that we move forward. Proposed by Africa, like having a regular review as we move forward, and about the locations, and this is particularly why I took the floor. I think this is another proposal from Africa, and when I read the MOU adopted in Dubai, allow me to co-chair to read. It says UNDRR and UNOP shall make regional and sub-regional UNDRR offices in all United Nations geographical regions available as appropriate to serve as designated unit for providing relevant services and support for catalyzing effective and timely technical assistance in developing countries that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effect of climate change. In this regard, therefore, a proposal, for example, proposed by Africa for Dar es Salaam might apply. So we look forward for the Secretariat to consider all these options. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gideon. Alpha?
Thank you. Just to react first, I think the realistic approach from Africa perspective is not to accept any proposal that does not have two regional presence. So we're being very realistic to tell that. The second point is that we also never spoke about vulnerability. We are talking about the reality. And the number I brought are not climate specific. It is socio-economic dynamic and factual numbers. So, and last point, Chair, from what I've been hearing, I haven't heard any opposition to the proposal that we made. First, that this is an interim decision. Second, that we will be reviewing it, that the board will review this interim arrangement in 2 years. So I think from what I've been hearing, we are on the same page. So perhaps I'm not reading correct, but I haven't heard any objection. And the proposal we made, I've shared on the WhatsApp group the textual amendment that actually captured what I just mentioned. And from that here, I would like to kindly request you to ask whether there is an objection to the review process, an objection to the interim. If no, then your proposal with a slight amendment by Africa Group is accepted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. I hope I get all your points of view, but please correct me if I'm wrong. I think there is a common understanding that we want to reach consensus, and I do appreciate your efforts in trying to find a middle ground. Of course, we came as co-chairs with a proposal, but since the beginning we say it's just a proposal. It's up to you to take it or not, and also to have a new one. So I heard that no one is objecting the proposal that was made by the African region. But we need to see the changes just to feel that everybody is comfortable with the amendments. So my suggestion is to project on the screen the amendments. So I would like to kindly ask the Secretariat to project those amendments. But please, colleagues, this is not a drafting exercise of the whole text. It's just to focus on the things that were discussed here and the minor amendments or the big amendments that we're suggesting. So first of all, I would like to suggest to delete the in paragraph 7.11 as was requested by TETED. I think no one has a big issue with that. So we are gonna delete it. Then we move to paragraph 7.2.1.1, which is related to the coordinators or coordination coordinator in the African region. And I confirm with the Secretariat that there is a possibility to have in Dar es Salaam. I was requested. We didn't react before because I don't have that kind of information, but the Secretariat confirmed that it is possible.
There is a project office from UNOPS.
Yeah, and just to raise that there is a project office from UNOPS, so just to let you know and clarify that. And then the last amendment, it will be a new paragraph at the end, just building on the comments made and the proposal that I raised before, but that the African region, provide more detail or granularity on that, which is related to the, that this is not in stone, and that the idea is to review this structure. So I would like to show you that paragraph that is at the end, I think so. So it will read, the advisory board will review the regional presence of the Santiago network in 2027 in brackets and 2028 in brackets, and I'm going to explain why. Because one member raised that, and it's perhaps important to consider that the strategy is until 2028. So perhaps makes sense to make the review together with the strategy at the same time and not too early. And also because we need to hire, the coordinators and also the full-time the full-time consultants. So they will be perhaps in place in 2026. So they will have just 1 year or less than 1 year to of work. So we need to evaluate. So my suggestion to you is just to keep 2028 to align with the strategy. I think it's 1 year is so quickly. And periodically thereafter, as was suggested by you. This is the language that I propose. In line with the technical assistance needs and demands identified by developing countries, with a view to ensuring a more effective, coordinated, and context-specific response. So with that, I'm going to give the floor to Alpha, and then I will ask if we can adopt the decision with those amendments. Alpha?
Thank you, Co-Chair. I think we are on the right path, but I wish you Yes, thank you, Co-Chair. I think we are on the right path, but I wish that you project the proposal we made, because this proposal, if we want to show it, because there was an editing, I don't know by whom, because actually the Secretariat should not be editing anything coming from parties until it's discussed. So I wish we have to do things, because there are in the top very important point that we indicated. So our proposal read, the advisory board, having considered the document on the regional presence of the Santiago network, including intersessionally, decide to establish on interim basis regional presence of the Santiago network. The regional office structure should be dynamic to effectively fulfill the Santiago network mandate, which shall then in the three where is increase, we had an amendment there, increase the efficiency and effectiveness of the Secretariat, in particular by providing demand-driven and country-owned technical assistance support. So, and there is other editing that we had, and hence, I think the proposal has been shared WhatsApp. So I think we are on the right path, and very much appreciate your facilitation. You are guiding us to the safe port. But I'd like that we project that, because there are many small editing. What we presented are only the main point, the more sticky point, the interim things and the review. But there is language, because this is, if it has to be decided, it is a decision point. And we have, as a common practice, as I did also yesterday, the possibility to amend. And that is what I wanted to say. So, yeah.
The strategy.
And last, but yeah, let me finish. Yes. And last point, Chair, sorry for taking the floor again. As I indicated in the small room, we think that the regular review should not be time bound, for the simple reason, we had a very generic text which has to be reviewed by the advisory board, because the experience have shown us that the GCF still after 20 years is still adapting. They started with 1, they end up with 4. We don't know what is coming out of this process of regional things. So I think in the spirit of compromise, we can even skip the review if everything is working. But we as a board member, we should have the option to review as deemed as necessary. And I think that what we are doing, whatever we are doing here, we are trying to guide the Secretariat. So I humbly request the proponents that are there, that they should not be afraid of any evaluation or assessment of the institution we are sitting as a board members. That will mirror our work. So the time bound, I think we can delete that and have that open. And that's, yeah, thanks.
Edie.
Maybe to come just after Alpha, just to precise that if we are reviewing the strategy 2028, for me, I can agree also we can have at the same time the review of the regional, yes.
Okay, colleagues, if I may suggest, I understand that the language is not perfect. And I know that we will we came from the UNFCCC and we know how it works and we want to, have everything perfect. But sometimes, we need to avoid this kind of mode of work. I understand that you want, sorry, I'm just finalizing, that you want to make amendments. But my suggestion to you is to try to focus on the main areas that you want to change and not go into too much detail, because otherwise, remember, we have 20 agenda items and we are going to lose quorum, frankly speaking. So if I may, Alpha, so let's go by one so we can accept and start cleaning the text. So we will clean the text in paragraph 7.111.
No, perhaps some amendment there.
In the 7.1?
Yes. So between after establish, comma, on interim basis, comma, then regional presence.
Yeah, you are okay on an interim basis. Could you please put it in bracket secretariat? And I want to see reactions on that. Please be brief. We don't have time. And I will start, asking for short interventions. And if I need to interrupt you, please don't be upset with me, but we need to move forward. So I'm going to give the floor to Camila, followed by Gladys, followed by Matias.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair. Happy to go as you go and try to be brief. I also agree if we have the ideas and there's already a paragraph on regular reviews, I'm happy to have you draft the text in a way that's quick. Just wanted to come in on I understand the idea of interim basis. I think that's covered in the idea of reviewing regularly. My concern with interim is what does that mean for the Secretariat in terms of hiring personnel that needs to be. So that would be a quick question, whether it seems to me that that's not exactly the message that we want to give in terms of the Secretariat's ability to set out the term reference and hire people in the regions as we direly need them. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Gladys, please go ahead.
Thank you, Co-Chair. I wanted to raise the same point. I'm afraid that we are sending a wrong signal, that we are still working on an interim basis. So if the concerns of the African group could be put in that last paragraph or anywhere that we are reviewing this, etc., I would suggest to not to use the word interim. Yes.
Thank you so much. Matthias, followed by Gideon, then Alpha.
Yeah, very similar to the previous colleagues. I think it's clear from other paragraphs that this is not set in stone and that we can review it and adjust if needed. But interim, yeah, we want to attract the best talent possible. And if I want to apply for a job and it already says that you are just interim, frankly, I would be hesitating to send in my CV. So I hope you can. This language is not. I don't really understand what it means. Also,
thank you so much for the explanation. Yeah, I think it's important to keep those in mind if we want to attract the talent that we need. Gideon, followed by Alpha.
Yeah, on paragraph 711, developing countries, please add and communities. That is very important.
Thank you very much, Gideon. And perhaps just to react on that, could you please add in brackets, what we are trying to do here is to use agreed language. under the convention. And it was discussed before in the previous session. So my suggestion to you, we understand, as you know, that the Santiago Network is also with communities, and we are discussing minimum allocation. So I would like to kindly ask if it would be possible just to keep the agreed language that we have in the Paris Agreement, which is developing countries that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. Because, as you know, the Santiago Network is also for communities and for indigenous peoples. So it's, it's something that is already established in the Santiago Network. And I go, while you consider that, I go to Alpha.
Thank you. I accept the viewpoint shared by the colleagues, and I'm happy to go with, provided we will include a second sentence saying that the regional office structure should be dynamic to effectively fulfill the Santiago network as an introduction to which shall. So the regional office structure should be dynamic to effectively fulfill the SN's mandate. So if that is agreeable to everyone, I can skip the interim arrangement, noting that we need to capture that downstairs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'm closing the list. So I have a suggestion because it's quite confused. Why don't Alpha? We move your suggestion at the end of the 7.1, so like a new 7.2. And we will have this regional office structure should be dynamic and effectively fulfill and effectively or something like that. And we will keep the 2.2.1 upstairs. So we will keep the paragraph 2.1 as it was at the beginning in the first version. So yeah, sorry for that. It will be a sub bullet of 7.1. So it could be 7.2.4 or 7.1.1. That's okay. So do you agree with that proposal, colleagues? Okay, thank you so much. And we will delete on an interim basis. Could you please delete on an interim basis? So we add a new principle also that this regional office structure should be dynamic. So let's move to the next change, which is in paragraph 7.2.1.1. So I talked with the secretariat because they need to get some clarity. I give you the floor. I find a few minutes with the secretariat in terms of that we need to have some clarity where it's going to be located. So we will add UNDRR or UN or UN. And then we will have a footnote in the African 7.2.1.1 that it will be located in UNOPS. Yeah, it was the suggestion made by the legal advisor, but I give the floor to the secretariat.
Yes, thank you so much, Angela. The suggestion also is in line with the relevant COP and CMA decisions that make reference to UN and UNDRR regional and sub-regional offices. And in alignment with those decisions, the suggestion is also to identify them in a similar manner in this decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Secretariat. I don't think it's a huge problem. I mean, we are just aligning, and they need to have this kind of certainty in terms of where it's going to be located. I would like to give I would like to ask on that can you accept as it is? So I don't see any problem with that. Could you please, Secretariat, clean that part? And I move to Alpha. Alpha, you have the floor if you have any other comment.
The next part, go up, please. yes, also decide the 7.2 also decide that the Santiago network regional presence will follow an approach that maximize. I think we think the proposal we are having here is not maximizing regional coverage. We have a proposal that covers all regions. We are covering all regions, but it's not maximizing the coverage. So that's why my suggestion will be an approach that covers all regions.
Could you please, Secretariat, introduce that intra-changes and maximizes in brackets? I think there is no a huge problem with that, but I just want to confirm with you, can we live with the covers all regions? Any views on that proposal? Any concerns? Okay, I don't see any concerns, so let's delete maximizes regional coverage and keep covers all regions. And finally, the last amendment, as I understand, is the paragraph that is the most important thing for you, that it reflects the need to review it, that is not in stone. So I understand that you can live with the idea to review it in 2028. So we will delete 2027 and keep 2028, which is aligned with the strategy. Any views on this paragraph, and can you live with it? I think that's the most important thing for you. It's the landing zone. You get the assurance that you want in terms of reviewing, and this is a process that will evolve in accordance with the request of technical assistance. Alpha.
Thank you, Chair. I think you misunderstood me. The proposal that was submitted spoke about 2 years, and I think
Can you repeat, Alpha? What's your proposal?
okay, I mean, our initial proposal is every 2 years, but in the spirit of compromise, we can accept that, because the 2 years will be 2027. But we go.
Yeah, thank you so much. And my explanation why we are proposing 2028, the rationale behind is because we have the strategy and in 2028, and also because we need to hire people. We don't know if we can get it early 2026. The idea is to have it, as soon as possible, but it could take time. So at least they will have 2 years, or 2 years and a half in delivering and supporting us. I think. Matthias, you have the floor.
Yes, great. It seems that we are almost there. I just have one suggestion and one comment, if I may. The suggestion is on Gideon's proposal. So to accommodate the indigenous group's view, can you please go up to where it says communities? So my suggestion there would be, make a change that keeps us in line with CMA CP decisions, and say take into account the need of catalyzing technical assistance in developing countries, particularly vulnerable to the diverse. So I hope with that we can accommodate at least to some extent Gideon's view, and keeping fully in line with CP CMA decisions. And then I just wanted to say that, of course, I didn't comment on the Dar versus Nairobi point, and I fully respect the African group's desire to locate it in Dar. It's they're closer to the continent, light miles closer than I am. I just think it's going to be good in 2028 to see if that was the right decision or not. Also considering that in Nairobi we have all the regional infrastructure of the the United Nations in Africa, in East Africa there, and we have a UNDRR office, where the regional advisor could probably benefit from the synergies with the UNDRR presence. So I hope that's a point that we can pick up in 2028 when we do the review. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Matthias. And I think that's the purpose of the last paragraph. So thank you so much. So with going back to 7.11, so we will, sorry, 7.1.2, we will, I would like to suggest to keep catalyzing technical assistance in developing countries and communities, and remove communities, sorry for that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change, because that's the agreed language. Okay, so let's delete it and keep catalyzing technical assistance. And the last change, because the Secretary came to me once again, could you please, Secretary, move to paragraph 7.2.1? When we add, exactly, we have to add UNDRR or other UN regional or other. I don't think it's a big problem, or other UN regional. Could you please add, Secretariat? Or other UN regional. No. Or other, exactly. Okay.
We need to go back to 7.1.1. Just grammatically it makes no sense. It doesn't need. That is right. Which shall? Yeah, that is right.
And on paragraph 7.1, because we need to improve the grammar, so we cannot say which shall. We can say, for instance, which shall have a dynamic regional office structure. But any suggestions are welcome. Camila, go ahead.
Thank you so much, co-chair. I was just going to come in to say, I think we've agreed on all of the substantive issues. I am perfectly comfortable with the Secretariat doing grammatic corrections off screen and moving forward, because as long as they do not change the substance, and then I believe we'll have a chance to see it. But for process sake, Secretariat can do grammatic changes off screen, and happy to move on in that way and make best use of time.
Thank you so much for that suggestion. I really appreciate, because it helped us to move forward. So with that, and I was just trying that everybody feels comfortable with the language of the decision text, and I don't want to, be in trouble after the meeting, people asking why it's not very well reflected. So the first paragraph, 7.1, we will leave in the hands of the Secretariat to make it sense, but the rest of the amendments were discussed and approved by you. So with that, once again, I just want to ask, and if we can adopt this decision. Any objection? I don't see. Alpha, you want to go? Okay, could you please go to the last one? Again, colleagues, we cannot stay here for a whole day. If there is no objection, the decision is adopted. Okay, thank you so much, colleagues. We do appreciate your efforts and flexibility. I would like to move to Secretary of Recruitment. I don't want to entertain into language, but I just want to project very quickly the decision points, because we need to take a decision on that. Yesterday, we also discussed the recruitment of the staff of the Secretariat in line with its terms of reference. And the Secretariat presented a proposed schedule for the recruitment of permanent staff and suggested continuing interim arrangements until the end of 2025 to ensure a smooth transition and handover. Based on the views expressed by members and in the view of the agreement reached under agenda item 7B, We would like to make the following co-chairs proposal for Secretariat recruitment. I would like to kindly ask the Secretariat to share the screen with the three main decision points. Okay, just give us a second. Could you please zoom the screen?
You need to suggest from the floor.
Okay, so we have three paragraphs. We are gonna add a third one because it was, we were waiting for the previous decision. So we need to add it there. But in the meantime, we are gonna go with these two. So the first one is we are requesting the Secretariat to advance on the recruitment of staff as presented during the fourth meeting of the advisory board under agenda item 7A. I think it's very clear, nothing strange. Any views on that paragraph? Concerns? I have Aisha. Please go ahead.
Yeah, there was no discussion on the six, where the workshops are agreed for two regions in 2025. I made a request that we need one for Asia Pacific as well, and that is not represented anywhere. Just could you go to the six?
Yeah, thank you, Aisha. I think that discussion is in another agenda item. So, but just to let you know that, as I understand, your region already have a workshop. Those workshops that we discussed previously are workshops that are pending. That's why we do not have any specific for your region, because your region was already covered. But could you please, can we park that discussion for a later stage? And because we are gonna have other decision points that are related with that discussion. I hope it's clear. So now I would like to give the floor to Alpha.
Thank you, Co-Chair. The 711, perhaps I was distracted yesterday, but I thought that we said we will be having a stepwise approach, but the decision is now saying that we are going to hire the other people. And I think for efficiency's sake, as well as for budget implication, we propose that we have a stepwise approach. We can have that decision intersessionally, but given the number of technical assistance requests, I don't want to pay high paid salary they're not having anything to do. So that said, I do believe that the 1-1 is not reflecting my understanding of the meeting, of the discussion yesterday. The 1-2 is definitely that I remember, but the 1-1 I do not remember we giving green light to recruit the 7 people. So we need to have an approach. We trust the secretariat, and we support her structure. That's not in the questions, but I think we don't need the whole secretariat now. So, and there are also other points that I think we are a network. The secretariat should be networking. This network the Santiago is a network. We have a consortium behind it. So I think there are certain things that can be outsourced to to the concession partners, for instance. I mean, the finance issue, UNOPS is recognized for program services. I think that's one place that I don't see we need that for the time being. And the legal advisor, I think the UNSCC, as far as continuing, can provide things. And this makes sense because UNOPS is the one making contract with the OBMEs. And it's become an additional, perhaps not necessary layer if we were to have a finance official in the secretariat and then a finance official that will be charged also by the UNOPS, by the way. So in the Santiago network. So I support the things, but I think we need to have a gradual approach. That does not see that we do not endorse for the time being what the secretariat proposed, but I think we can go slowly. We only have 2 proposals now. I don't know. Yeah, that's the point.
Thank you so much. And perhaps just to raise from my side that the idea with those proposals is to accommodate also the decision that was taken before. So that's why we are proposing this paragraph for consideration. And that's why we leave this agenda item after the discussion of the regional presence. We think that is, part of it. But I would like to hear other views in terms of the 2 proposals on the comments made. Tetet.
Thank you very much, co-chair. I echo Alpha's points around the decision points, the draft decision points, and the secretariat recruitment, and would also like us to, go back to the discussions we had yesterday about the network having a lean and mean secretariat. No, I think I remember I was proposing yesterday that we reevaluate the staffing as well as the arrangements for the position, because personally, I feel we need to strengthen the secretariat capacity to really evaluate those TA requests, etc. I remember Camila's point yesterday that we have a lot of positions on that are needed also, no, on comms, program support, etc. But the one that needs to evaluate this and provide technical support to those countries, etc. I think that is one area that is still underdeveloped within the current interim secretariat. So I would really hope we have something on that along that line. Also sharing Alpha's views regarding the 2 positions raised by the secretariat yesterday about the financial advisor support and then the legal advisor. But with the caveat that one of the current posts in the interim secretariat, the program manager something, could already actually fulfill that need for financial support within the current batch of the interim secretariat. But for the legal advisor, I fully subscribe that we would need to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tetet. Camila?
Thank you so much, co-chair. And I want to agree with Tetet on some of the questions. I think there was a specific ask yesterday for the evaluation of how I think Carolina raised that there's a need for support in legal and financial roles. And there was a request to assess financially the cost implications of having that been done by the UNOPS, and perhaps it would be useful to see that reflected, at least so that at the next meeting we can have an idea of what that would mean and with the need of where those positions would be filled. I also think, and in line with it, there was a comment on, or I've particularly questioned the interim secretariat's capacity to assess and respond to TA. And in that, I think I would also like, or I think it would also be useful to acknowledge that this has been done, that this is one of the weaknesses, and that this has been done at backstop from UNOPS and DRR. I'd also think it might be useful to recognize the work that has been done as backstop from the Secretariat, because it will probably have to continue as we see some TA requests, as the positions that we have now are not responding to that need of TA, and to actually evaluating is really not done. That's what the two positions that will come will do. And also on the first paragraph, I would really feel more comfortable with saying expedite. I know it's advanced, but this is urgent. Rather than advance, I'd ask for to expedite. And I'm sure any message that says, look, the advisory board is ready to see these positions be hired as quickly as possible would really render the Secretariat operational more quickly. So let's send clear signals that we are expecting these positions to be filled quickly.
Thank you very much, Camila. I would like to kindly ask the Secretariat to introduce Expedite, and I will ask, I will give the floor to Alpha, followed by the Secretariat, and I think it's important perhaps to give once again the opportunity to the Secretariat to clarify which positions will be recruited following, and taking into account that we took the decision and the proposal that was shared yesterday from the co-chairs was to have, the 7 positions in Geneva. So perhaps the Secretariat can remind us where we are and what's the objective of that recruitment. I give the floor to Alpha, followed by the Secretariat.
Thank you. I was saying a couple of days ago that it's a matter of fact that Geneva is an expensive place. And it's very important to ensure that the structure presented by the Secretariat has a strong connection to the mandate. So, and hence, what we are deciding now, we do not have the strategy now. We still have a lot of work to do on the budgeting. That's why we are setting up a budget committee. And in the context of budget, I was talking about the notion of value for money and making sure that anyone that has to be in the Secretariat still has to have a connection to the mandate. So I think I stand guided by you, but I do believe it is too premature to give the full staff. And I think I will not feel comfortable. It's not because I do not support the proposal by the Secretariat, but I think it's too early. It is too early. And the system is built in such a way that despite the interim Secretariat last year, perhaps we had 3 meetings, but we have 2 million use. So let's have an approach that requests the Secretariat and perhaps the Secretariat to tell us what are the key people they need now to process technical assistance. So, yeah. And yes.
Thank you so much, Alpha. Secretariat, you have the floor.
Many thanks, co-chairs, and many thanks, advisory board members, for allowing me the opportunity to introduce as well and present again the structure and also the recruitment schedule that we have, and to explain a little bit more, also addressing some of the points that you have just raised. You have seen already, I'm presenting this here, the organizational structure that we have now. This is as per the organogram that you already know, and this contains also the positions related to the decision that you have just taken on regional presence. Those that are here in green are the positions that are currently recruited. These are 2 positions. There are 3 positions under recruitment, 2 of them at an advanced stage of recruitment, and 5 of them, those with the red dot, are the decisions that are the positions that are part of the decision on regional presence that was just taken. So this is what we have at the moment. These positions, as you can see here, are addressing the operational part, the technical assistance part, the regional component as well, so we can have a context-specific response. So we anticipate also that once the permanent structure is in place, the technical needs and the technical capacity that is needed to facilitate and incentivize technical assistance requests coming from a wide diversity of proponents will be there, because that is the plan in the permanent structure. Some of the gaps that I have informed the board that I identify in the current structure is more on the institutional side when it comes to having a legal counselor or legal advice that can be a full-time, fully dedicated position that can advise and support the Santiago network on a range of matters requiring legal support, which span from the operational part to the institutional part and also the partnerships. So there is a wide array of legal matters that a legal counselor could help us out with, and that can support also in the operationalization of the Santiago network and also on the positioning of the network. I have also identified that when it comes to administration and finance, we are greatly supported by UNOPS for our reporting and fiduciary responsibilities, but it would be helpful to have a full-time position that can help us ensure that we manage the resources in a way that you are requesting us to do, also fulfilling our responsibilities and giving the maximum degree of transparency. That would be very helpful. It's one of the aspects that will reduce the exposure of the Santiago network, having also someone that is fully dedicated to the financial and administrative part. So those are the vacuums that I identify in this structure, but the technical part is expected to be resourced also at the regional level when the permanent structure is in place. Next slide. There were some comments also in relation to the interim secretariat, and I will be happy also to address those. You have seen this organogram as well with the positions that we have now, and I'm extremely grateful also to colleagues supporting on an interim basis, because it is thanks to them that we have the achievements that we have, and also that we have the milestones that we have been very pleased to report to you all. It is thanks to them and also thanks to our co-hosts. There were comments about the technical capacity in the team, and it is true that that is an area that we need to further resource and that we need to beef up. But I would like also to note that we have at present positions that are covering the technical part when it comes to membership and also to technical assistance. They have been the ones behind making operational the guidelines and also bringing life to the workflow that you adopted in the last meeting of the board. Those positions, as I noted previously, are those that we have here in terms of the program management officer that is in the right-hand side, also the program management specialist. They have been deeply involved in the review process of the membership. The OBN is applying for membership, and also when it comes to engagement with the proponents of technical assistance. And we have also other positions, including mine, that have been participating in the review process in different ways. So we have some capacity, but I acknowledge that we need also in the interim secretariat, that is perhaps one of the areas or the area where I identify a gap, the technical part. I would like to mention also that when the interim secretariat team was put in place, the intent was for this to be interim and also to focus more on the institutional part, on the setting up of the systems, the processes and the frameworks, given the fact that the expectation was for the permanent secretariat to be the one that was handling the operationalization of the network. So that responds to this matter. One way also to address some of the gaps that we have at present is with the recruitment schedule that we have presented, and we can move to that slide. In the recruitment schedule, is one further up. It's an image. Yes, the last one, this one. In the recruitment schedule, this is the one that will help us transition from the institutional setup phase to the full operationalization. Here we have the four major moments. These four main moments are listed here. The first of them is the launch of the positions that you have just approved in the regional presence decision, and your decision will enable us to move ahead still in April with launching those 5 positions that have just been approved. The second major moment is the expected recruitment of the senior program manager and the administrative support officer in the month of July, and we're expecting the communications officer to join in October. Also, in terms of the process for the positions that you just approved, we expect them to come around the end of the year, as noted here. As you can see, most of the recruitments will take place towards the tail end of 2025, which means also that we need the team that has been supporting during this period, the interim team that has been supporting and making possible the work of the Santiago network in different areas. We need the continuation of their support until the end of the year to ensure business continuity and adequate handover. Also mindful of the numbers of requests that we have been listening and taking due note from you during this meeting. There is significant work that needs to take place from now until the end of the year over the coming months, and this needs to be resolved with the interim secretariat team. Now, in terms of the interim arrangements, also we expect that as we receive and recruit permanent positions, this will be able as well to start contributing to the technical part that we need also to further resource as part of the interim structure. I stop here, Co-Chair, but happy also to come back in case there are any further questions or comments. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Carolina, we have Alpha followed by Akio.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Carolina, for the presentation. Can you go back to the previous slide? No, the slide there, the one just now, on this one. From what I've been hearing from you, Carolina, that you need a legal advisor, you need a finance official. They are not here on the list. It means they are going to become additional people. So is there anyone in this group that is going to be in charge of legal issues and one in charge of finance issues as you described? Yes. That's my first question.
Could you please, Secretariat, answer, and then I go to Akio?
No, I'm not finished.
Sorry, I thought you were finishing.
I just want that answered, then I will elaborate, please.
Sure. Happy to answer, Alpha, and many thanks for bringing that up. These positions, they don't have in the TORs legal or financial administrative functions in a full-time basis. We have one position that is already in place. That is the project support and operations manager, my colleague Hannah Milde, who you know and who is here in the table. She is providing support in terms of managing the back office functions when it comes to HR, when it comes to procurement, when it comes to administration and finance and organizational arrangements. But is one position that acts as a coordinator or as a liaison, as well with relevant services provided by our co-host UNOPS. We have also with UNOPS the support that we have received in terms of shared costs. These are supports that have been really, they have made a difference in terms of how prepared we are on the legal and reporting financial side. But these are shared costs also that are not only for Santiago Network, but also for other engagements. And these are discrete on a demand basis and for specific matters. Those are very useful and very helpful. But on the way forward, Santiago Network would benefit for having full-time positions for these important lines of work.
So if I well understood you, this is for this year your plan, and we might have additional staff, right?
What we could do is to come back with an assessment as well of the support that can be received, the extent of support that can be received in terms of shared costs, and come back with an assessment to the advisory board of the requirements and needs for these positions or these functions to be resourced.
Thank you. Can you go back to the previous slide again? Then I make my recommendation. Thank you. Having heard that, I think we are still in the process of designing from the secretarial perspective. This is not going to be the last decision on the recruitment. And in light of the whole situation and the cost implication in Geneva, I guess we need to have a full picture to take an informed decision. That's the first one. The second point is my suggestion will be, for instance, a country engagement, the country engagement and the OBME's engagement and the senior manager. The senior manager can be can be in charge of the country engagement and the OBME's engagement. The coordinators can do the OBME's engagement and the country engagement. So my proposal might be, perhaps you might consider having one position as program official, or that will be in charge of country engagement and OBMEs at the same time, given that this is a cross-cutting issue covered by the senior manager as well as the regional coordinator. That's my first proposal. And at this point of time, I suspect, because I have heard from the secretariat, I've been asking, and I have full empathy for the interim secretariat. I know for sure they will not be able, if we get 10 proposals now, they will be exceeding their human capacity. And we don't want that. And I think in that case, as an urgent manner, we need perhaps the senior manager or one program official with a regional coordinator for the time being. And then at the next board meeting, you come up with a full picture, because we cannot take isolated decision about the recruitment without having the full picture. What I'm trying to avoid, why I'm saying that, it seems to be from what I'm hearing behind the lines, that additional staff will be added to that. And we need to get clarity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Perhaps at some point I can give the floor again to the Secretariat to explain us what could be the implications of that proposal in terms of the operations of the Secretariat, because I think it's important to understand what are the implications on how they see the whole picture in terms of the work that they have to do. But before that, I'm going to continue with the list of speakers, and then I will propose a way forward. Akio, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. Yeah, of course, considering to the key decision to create a lean and efficient secretariat. I don't want to increase more number of staffs higher. That's a headquarters. I think there's no objection among the members, but the important thing is to accelerate, advance the establishment, the whole structure, including both headquarters and regional presence of the Santiago Network Secretariat. From this sense, I agree. I support to go with it. Of course, for the purpose of enhancing the technical assistance. So therefore, all staff hired at headquarters must serve for promoting and supporting, backstopping the work of regional offices. So from this sense, it is very important the information on the TOR of the current or planned these staff should be shared with us. That is very important for us. And also, I carefully review the positions and the general responsibilities of both headquarters and regional officers. Then I was able to agree on the whole picture. So that all these things, the sort of composition and the role of this staff in the headquarters should be reviewed with the timing, align the timing with the review of the regional presence. So in summary, I think we should go with the proposed one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Camila, followed by Matthias.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair. And I agree that this is a crucial decision and moment. And I fully understand Alpha's concern on the timing and what we are prioritizing. I am very grateful for all of the documents that were prepared for here. I think I carefully went over the managing funding guidelines, which explains the workflow for how we will review and approve TA, the proposals under draft 0 for outreach and OB&Es, which reviews how we are working and engaging with OB&Es, and have listened carefully to what Carolina has said on some of her needs. And in that sense, I feel it is crucial that we greenlight the positions of country engagement and officer engagement, because these are the people that are going to be receiving the TA requests, that are going to be evaluating them. We also have very strict conflict of interest guidelines, which we designed because we had real concerns of conflict of interest. These will apply to the regional coordinators. So we need to make sure that they have people in Geneva that can serve as the second point of entrance to review those, because that's how we put it in our conflict of interest guidelines that we reviewed. Having just one of these positions be opened out means that one person in Geneva will be doing country and OB&E and serving as EEG regional officer. And that is frankly inconceivable in terms of amount of work and of regional fairness to our colleagues in the EEG. So I understand the concerns, and actually, from what Carolina said, where there right now is the biggest is legal and financial, but for that I also made a separate proposal. But where there is no one in the interim secretariat doing that work now, or just one person under UNDRR, is in that work of receiving TA. So one of the biggest gaps is precisely the one that those two positions are coming to fill. So I feel that giving clear guideline to the Secretariat that they can start recruiting these two positions is the only way we are actually operationalizing the network with the guidelines that we have prepared for ourselves. I agree that there is a question for us to make. What are the priorities and how are we obtaining this? Which is why I proposed for a decision point, because one of the other items that was not foreseen, we didn't foresee that in the proposal from UNDRR UNOPS or in the agreed on MOU, was legal and financial advisor. Carolina raised that feeling of a concern. I don't think we are at a position to review the structure and add that as permanent staff, because there are cost considerations. I asked for a decision point that would request the Secretariat to come up with for our next meeting with a budget. What does it mean? Can UNOPS as backstop cover this, what are the cost implications of that? And what would be the cost implication of adding another staff? So that we then, at the next board meeting, review and say, and also Carolina, having had more experience in review, has a more clear understanding of how much of that work is required. And then I agree with Alpha, we need to have those discussions because we can't just be making new positions. But I think the Secretariat now needs really clear guidance or a real clear message from us that they can move ahead with these positions, which I will remind us, which spent hours and hours debating to agree on this structure. And it's really linked to all of the other guidelines that we are working on here that are the ones that are on actually delivering. So I think that those in particular, to make sure we're following through on the managing funding and OB&E and outreach guidelines, those two positions are key. And it's really important that they come on board as soon as possible.
Thank you very much, Camila. Matthias, followed by Alpha, I think so.
Thank you, Angela, and very much similar views to those expressed very eloquently by Akio and Camila. I think this Santiago network cannot drive forward with a handbrake half put up, for lack of a better image. And I think these technical positions are really crucial to gear up the catalyzing of technical assistance and to grow the network of OB&Es in a qualitative fashion. So at the same time, I'm also not convinced at this stage about adding additional positions to those that we see here on the screen on legal and financial. I think that, as I've mentioned a couple of days ago, so I'm not also sure why this could not be covered by UNOP's backstopping or their role as a co-host. But those technical decisions are really crucial, I think, at this stage to get the Santiago network to cruising speed. So yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Alpha.
Yes, I agree with everyone that we need to send strong signal, and definitely when we leave here, if technical assistance request comes or proposal comes, that we should be matchmaking or developing those proposals. I fully agree with that. The second point is I am also in line with what Camila said, that we need to operationalize very quickly. My point was, I'm not rejecting this proposal, and I think if we selected Carolina as a director, we stand behind. I personally stand behind, and that's the point. But the business as usual is I have to take care of the network, and that's my first point. So I think for the time being, the regional coordinators, if they comes supported by the senior program, they can process the OBMEs and country engagement for the time being, that we see how the things evolve. It's not to object that, but to postpone. We don't have the money. And I hope in 1 year or 2 years from now, I will not be the one saying here, I told you. And this situation we need to avoid. That's the first point. The second point is that why I think in terms of operation, we can have a senior program, the regional official, and then at the next meeting we come, and then for the next meeting, Carolina can come with a full picture, because the design that I'm seeing here is not realistic. It's not realistic for the simple fact is this program official needs perhaps internship or something like that. They have a lot of work to do. Perhaps we need assistant. And obviously we need a finance and legal support as well. So I stand guided by you. I'm not going to make any point, but for the record, as I used to say, I have strong reservation with that, and and I think from my perspective, and I think that should be our shared views, because the fact is Carolina has not made a final proposal up to 2028. So we cannot take that as it is. That's why. So if we say we agree, it is as it is, I'm happy with that. But then no position will come in. And I don't want to do that because I trust her. I want her to see what is needed. So having said that, I think, and I support Matthias, and Matthias supported me for the first time. We're neighbors. That the legal advisor and the finance advisor position, if it has to be, we need to know that for sure. And obviously, it's not be carried by those people. It means new additional people. And that's a fact. So we approve that, and then we see we need additional people. The budget is increasing. So we need to be very careful. I think I will stop there. Let's have a stepwise approach. Carolina has our full support. We proceed. We have a decision that we said that the interim secretariat will continue supporting. Let's have a program official, the senior program official, because the senior program manager will be the one learning by doing. It has to come. It has to come first, and the program official for OBMEs and contract engagement can be trained by him. And for the program official to do the job, it needs to have first-hand information from the regional coordinators. So I think if we approve now to have the senior program official, regional coordinators, perhaps a program support operation manager, we are well equipped for this year with the interim secretariat until we have clarity about the structure. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. I think to me it's very clear what are the concerns, what are the positions that you raise here. I think, as was mentioned by Camila and others, we spend a lot of time discussing this since the previous meeting, if I'm not wrong. And I think nothing will be perfect, as was mentioned by others. We need to review it. We need to give the opportunity to Carolina also to bring to our attention if there is a need to have more people. But at this point, it's quite difficult to say that we need to hire additional people. And we do not have a huge amount of resources to have, thousands of people helping us in dealing with the technical assistance. So I would like to suggest to go back to the decision and focus on the proposals that we have there. I add 2 additional paragraphs, just building on the comments made, but also, colleagues, we need to be efficient and we need to give clear guidance to the secretariat in terms of how to proceed, because otherwise we do not have any secretariats. We took a decision that is a milestone to establish the regional offices, but if we do not start the recruitment, we are not going to deliver. So we have the regional offices without any people that will help us to deliver on the ground. So I think, if I may suggest, we can go ahead with the paragraph 7.11 with the suggestion made to expedite. And as you remember yesterday when we were in the consultations, the proposal that was made by the co-chair, it was in the understanding that we will keep the 7 positions that we've been discussing for a long time, plus the regional coordinators, plus the consultants, plus the point of contacts. And we already took that decision. And I think we can give we took a decision on the regional, that's why I'm referring. But we suggested that approach, and in my understanding, no one objected at that moment in the consultations. I think The best solution that I have for now and for your consideration, again, this is your decision, not my decision, is to give green line to the secretariat to expedite on the recruitment of staff, as was presented during the meeting, which means the 7 positions. And also I add the paragraph, which is paragraph 7.1.3, that the advisory board will reassess, just building on the comments made by Alpha, that this is not the last version of the recruitment of the secretariat. And we trust in Carolina that she will provide us the guidance in terms of the positions that we need. Perhaps we need less, we need more. And my suggestion is that we will reassess the secretariat recruitment arrangements based on an operational assessment, as was suggested, to be conducted and presented by the secretariat at X meeting. It could be in 2028. Or we can discuss the deadline. It's just a proposal. So, and the second paragraph, just let me finalize the introduction of the proposed decision, is to approve the continuation of the interim personnel until the end of 2025. As I mentioned before, or I don't remember, the first day of the meeting, we have some interim personnel, and we need to continue with them until we hire the full staff, because otherwise we do not have the support that we need. So we need to have that paragraph. We can frame it if you need it, but it's a paragraph that is required for the operations of the secretariat. And then the paragraph that I added is paragraph 7.1.4, which is related to the decision that we took a few minutes ago, which is related to the regional coordinator positions. So we need that paragraph, of course, because we took that decision. So we need to ask the secretariat to undertake the recruitment process of those positions. It was not at the beginning when I presented, but because we didn't discuss that decision. Now that we took that decision, it's important to give orientation and guidance to the secretariat to go ahead with those positions. So with that, that's the suggestion for you. Please go ahead with your proposal. Colleagues, try to be flexible. I'm adding the flexibility here that I heard from you before, that there is a need to have an evaluation and to make an assessment. This is not in stone. Perhaps we need more people, we need less people, but we need to move forward. So please, if you have some suggestions, do it on the basis, my suggestion is to do it on the basis of this text with simple proposals so we can go ahead with that decision. Thank you. Alpha.
First, for record, when the proposal was presented to us, I personally expressed that difficulty of having your proposal, your co-share proposal, having the secretariat with a regional presence. I said that is 2 different agenda items. So the second point is what you are saying here. I'm fine with that, but there will be no additional one, no additional staff. If the secretariat agrees, I'm giving her the flexibility to figure out. I know she's capable to do that. But if we accept this decision, I will never accept any staff, even assistant, up to 2028. Up to you, secretariat. But that's what the decision is saying. So if you are fine with that, I will make the compromise. But then that's the disclaimer. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I think it's very clear. We can add an additional paragraph if it is required. Just to give you comfort on that, we can add a paragraph that the advisory board requests the secretariat to explore innovative approaches in collaboration with the co-host for additional staff support or something like that. For the adequate resourcing of the essential functions of the Santiago network. So something among those lines. I understand that Alpha can live with this proposal, I mean the previous one, and also the understanding that we do not want to add more staff. And I add this proposal just considering that some of you raised before that we want to see some kind of engagement of the co-host, or, to discuss with them. So we don't know what they can provide, but at least to have some engagement with them. I'm just trying, if it doesn't work, and can withdraw that paragraph. It's just trying to accommodate your comment, Alpha.
Coach, one of the point that you always made that would make clarity. So again, my interpretation of the text is we agree on the secretariat proposal. So if it's happened, there's a discussion with the UNOPS, UNDRR, we are not bearing the cost. We are not going to bear the cost. So that's why I'm saying it's well advised to figure out, we are going to support you. If we don't support you, we are failing. But at the same time, we need to make sure that the resource is wisely used. In the discussion, I said even that we need to have value for money approach across the fund, across the network, to ensure that the term of reference of any staff is linked to the outcome, the main outcome. So that's why I cannot support the proposal you made. We take it as it is. Then I will not even accept the agenda to be put, because it is an agreement. That's the point. And that's not good for us. So the secretariat, we can leave her to figure out and seek advice and come later.
Okay, that's understood. So I'm gonna withdraw my proposal. So could you please, Secretary, take it 7.1.4? And as I understand, you can live with the text as it is. So now,
I will, if you allow, share,
yeah, sure.
that Carolina, feel
React.
free.
Yeah.
We want to support you, but I want clarity, and I want to make sure that the money that is here is used for good.
Many thanks, Co-Chair, and thank you, advisory board members. I truly appreciate that you are taking the mandate of the Santiago network at your heart and trying to resource the delivery of that mission. So many thanks for that, and also thanks for the trust that has been placed on me to make an assessment of the Secretariat requirements and the resourcing requirements. Also, it is of my interest to keep the board constantly appraised and updated on the resourcing of the Secretariat and on the needs that we may have. As we build and put together the Secretariat, it is also of my interest to build a team of professional, experienced team members that can help us support, take that mandate forward. But I also want to build a culture and an identity of the Santiago network that builds on values, including values that provide for a respectful, collaborative environment, work-life balance, and that is something that I can offer to the team members. That is why also I would like to maintain an open channel of communication with the advisory board, just identifying how we are doing in terms of resourcing, and that resourcing against the delivery of the objectives of the Santiago network and the guidance that you provide to us. In that, along those lines, my suggestion for the advisory board consideration would be to consider whether I can come back as well with this assessment of the Secretariat recruitment arrangements, and perhaps just to consider a minor but helpful amendment to the paragraph, instead of saying to be presented by the Secretariat in 2028, instead of saying before 2028, because that gives the space to come back to the board when I think it would be needed as well, mindful of the fact of maintaining a lean and efficient Secretariat, but also complying with my responsibility of keeping you duly informed, and also the duty of care with my team members, and making sure that I can have a secretariat that is duly resourced to deliver on the objectives, but also that we can take care of the team members part of the Santiago network. That would be my suggestion, Co-Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's very useful. Alpha.
Yes, in that case, my suggestion will be that if it will be important to have predictable. We are not getting any money. The money is already there. So I don't want in 2027 to have additional costs, frankly speaking. And my advice to you, if I may, is that the recruitment process is ongoing. You can choose 2-3 people that you need now, and you come back to us at next meeting. Instead, because if we have a decision on the recruitment, I'm not going to open it because we don't have money. And Geneva again is too expensive.
Colleagues, I understand. Camila, go ahead.
Thanks, colleague. I think I just don't understand what we are discussing right now. And once again, Carolina has told us what she needs. I think I personally heard that quite clear. We've also discussed the structure. Actually, for a few years now, we've been discussing this since we got the first proposal from you in the UNOPS, which we evaluated. So I'm just struggling to see what we're arguing about. I also do not feel comfortable having this on that says reassessing when these are positions that we're sending out and we want to hire people and we want to hire the best people. I'm not clear what that message, what the message that we're sending is. We all have the cost concerns. We all understand that this is temporary. There's a review that's going to happen in 2028. We've already said that. We've already said there will be no further hiring from these positions, which is why we've asked, and I think it's been very clear from all board members. We heard you, Carolina, on legal and financial. This board is not prepared to open legal and financial positions, so tell us how the hosts are happening. I think we've said all that, so I am just not understanding what we are discussing right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Camila. So my final proposal to you, because otherwise we are going to be here forever, is to delete paragraph 7.1.3 and keep it the decision with the 3 paragraphs that are there. Alpha.
So I think Camila summarized what the status is. We agree there's an agreement to go with the secretariat proposal. My point is, if we agree now, I'm not going to accept any additional cost. So that's why I think, because she's talking about a financial, in her proposal, there is no financial position there. There's no legal position there. So if we agreed now, we go now until 2028, I'm fine. But when the decision is taken, we are not going to go back to that, because I think the discussion on the secretariat only start happening when Carolina came, because no one was entitled in the discussion process to do that exercise. So to be also factually and process correct, it has started with your arrival. We had the process of the consortium, but the point is, I don't have any things, but if we took that decision, it is your decision. We are not going to manage any other additional costs, because for the very fact that the regional presence discussion, please, the regional position of Africa was not accepted because of cost reason. I cannot make a compromise there and then make compromise to have people here that do not understand their role. So that's the point. There is a rationale in what I'm doing. We said it is going to cost a lot to have 2 regional offices in Africa. And now we want to give free right to the secretariat to hire everything. How many people? I just want to know how many people is coming to the secretariat up to 2028. That's why, because I know she need to consider, she need to talk to UNOPS, she needs to talk to UNDRR, she perhaps need to talk to UNFCCC secretary if they can help her with a legal advisor. She does that. But if we take that decision, it's not going to open. And that's my point. If we take a decision now, that is the secretariat structure as it is, I'm fine. But then we are not going to open. That's why I think Carolina can kindly tell us the process is anyway going on. She can continue the process. But it means that only the three people, the people you think for the operation, for the technical assistance process, you need now, you communicate that to us. You can continue the process. But the point is, the secretariat recruitment is not closed, and we need to have things. I have the feeling that I'm explaining myself, and I thought we as a board, we need to take care of the fund. And I have a feeling that I misunderstood. The point that I'm making a very logical one. You do not accept to have 2, 3 offices in Africa because of cost reason. But on the other hand, you said we need to have, more than 7 people in Geneva. It's very difficult for us to understand. Thanks.
Okay, colleagues, Akio, if you allow me, because I think I want to propose, as I mentioned, the way forward, and I really want to close
of course.
this.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
facilitate the discussion.
Yeah. So, colleagues, the final decision, please, Secretariat, give paragraph 7.1.3, and we will adopt the decision as it is. As I understand, the Secretariat took note of your comments. The comments are going to be reflected in the report. So thank you so much for that. Alpha, go ahead.
I take for granted that the structure that she presented, that the final one.
Yeah, that's
the choice. That's all I'm talking about.
That's their understanding. So that's why we say the decision, Alpha, the decision is aligned with the presentation of the proposal that was presented during the 4th meeting. That's the decision. So we're not going to have additional stuff, as you mentioned. Okay. If there is no objection, the decision is adopted. Akio.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to that decision text is agreed. But about the issue on the necessity of consultation on legal matters, I think there are multiple options without hiring regular staff in the Santiago Network Secretariat. We have, under the agreement with DRR, UNOPS, we may ask the legal staff of these partners to support by not without utilizing personnel cost of such a network secretariat, but I believe there are multiple ways to ask the support for providing advice on the legal matters under the agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you. It was a tense discussion during this morning, but I do appreciate that you are open to find middle grounds. We're going to break for 40 minutes for lunchtime because we have a huge agenda items ahead, and we need to go into the other decision points. You already have some of them. We sent it last night, so please look at them. Try to be, flexible. This is not UNFCCC, particularly the COP. If you have red lines, of course, you can bring it, but let's try to move as fast as possible. So thank you so much, and see you in 40 minutes.
Au dernier moment, parce que nous, ce qu'on voulait, c'était une erreur. Donc, il y a moi, je sais, dans le groupe, quand on discutait avec les Adaou, avec les Adaou, vous êtes derrière, là, vous avez fait, donc vous avez parce que moi, je sais que Younes et India, à l'époque, on les a poussés, on les a non, on les
Every break I will ask till I get the. It's not really, yeah, yeah. I didn't get it.
That's good too.
Okay. Okay, good. Hello. 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 Hello, colleagues. Thank you so much. I hope you eat a little bit and rest a little bit. So we have quorum, so we are gonna start with the next agenda item, which is communications. This is the first time that we will introduce this agenda item. So I will give the floor to Stella, who will be leading this topic. Stella?
Thank you very much, Angela, and good afternoon, colleagues. I also hope you had a very good break and that you refreshed a little bit after this morning session, which was very intense, but I hope you are all in a good mood now because we managed to make very good progress this morning, and I'm very proud of the work that we have jointly done together. So we still have program ahead of us. We still have a few agenda items that we haven't looked at. So with a good mood and good spirit, I hope we can go through those swiftly because at the end of the day, we also need to approve the report of the meeting and go through decisions. So with that, we will now move to the agenda item 9, communication. And let me recall that the decision 12 CMA 4 Annex 1 endorsed by decision 11 CP 27, which set out the roles and responsibilities of the Santiago Network Secretariat, includes promoting and disseminating information on the Santiago Network in a manner that is comprehensible and accessible to communities particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. At our last meeting, we have requested the Secretariat to develop a communication strategy for the Santiago Network. So now under this agenda item, I will ask you to review and provide guidance for the finalization of the Santiago Network communication strategy. So we have a 0 draft and 2025 plan that is contained in the document SNAB/2025/04/13. I will first invite the Secretariat to present the Santiago Network Communication Strategy 0 draft and 2025 plan, and then we will take up a discussion on this item. So the Secretariat, the floor is yours for presentation.
Many thanks, Co-Chair, and good afternoon, board members, right after lunch. And now we will be pleased to present the communications strategy and 2025 plan. This agenda item is also intended to set out the communications objectives and approaches and guides the engagement with target audiences of the Santiago Network. This strategy, the main aim is for this to translate the Santiago Network strategy with particular focus on the mission, vision, the strategic priorities, and the value addition into a communications framework that builds the identity and the core messaging of the network and positions it effectively within the loss and damage landscape and the broader climate finance and climate action space. The communications strategy will be key to guiding the messaging and dissemination of information about the Santiago Network, and also in response to the comments that we have received from you in this meeting. It will fit into the outreach and the resource mobilization strategies and has been touched upon in discussions during this session. Together, these documents will form a coherent foundation for strengthening the Santiago Network's visibility, engagement, and long-term impact. On that note, I hand over to my colleague, Ravel.
Thank you, Carolina. As this is the first time I'm presenting, I'll just introduce myself for those of you who don't know me. I'm Rabil. I'm the Communications Officer for the Interim Secretariat of the Santiago Network. Next slide, please, Hannah. So as Carolina was outlining, the purpose of the communication strategy is to elevate the Santiago Network's profile and broaden its reach by effectively communicating the network's mission, activities, progress, and achievements. And what we aim to do with this is to foster collaboration, engagement, and support, and really create recognition for the added value the network brings to the loss and damage and climate action landscape. Next. In some of the agenda items that we've already discussed, including the Santiago Network strategy, outreach, and resource mobilization, there were some comments in terms of how the different pieces work together. So we've tried to contextualize this a bit within the communication strategic framework, which presents the communications perspective on how these documents work together. So as you can see on top, we have the network strategy, which outlines the mission, vision, priorities, and value proposition that the Santiago network brings, and it begins the outline of the target groups we are trying to communicate with. That will help us guide the positioning, messaging, and approaches that we will take to the communications. And on a larger level, that will help build the strategic direction, the operational approaches, and positioning of the Santiago network. The communication strategy then takes this and outlines what the identity externally would be of the Santiago network, taking into account the visual identity as well as how we communicate, which would be the language and tone. It will build the core messaging of the network, the purposes of communicating with the specific target audiences, as well as the communications principles and channels that we will use. On a larger scale, that helps us guide the external positioning, the stakeholder engagement, as well as the outreach efforts. And that will help us build the network's visibility, reach, and very importantly, the trust and credibility in what the network is doing. The communication strategy then feeds into the outreach. So to distinguish a little bit between what communications and outreach are going to do, the outreach is focused on tailored approaches to the target audiences of the outreach strategy. So that will help us drive the membership growth, the delivery of technical assistance, and engagement with OBNE specifically, whereas communications provides a broader approach to the network's visibility. Related to this is the member engagement, which doesn't feed directly through the strategy, but the strategy does help us inform how we will engage with the Santiago network members. And that engagement will help us drive active participation of the members, but also very critically, the delivery of technical assistance, the fulfillment of the network's functions, and also leverage the members' networks for the Santiago network's reach. Next slide, Hannah. So these are the key communications principles that will form the foundation for all our internal and external communications. They'll guide the messaging, tone, and content production that we will undertake. We have clear and concise communication, so we use simple, direct, and active language that is understandable for a wide range of diverse audiences. We have targeted and coherent communication that doesn't speak broadly and vaguely, but focuses specifically on who we are trying to communicate with and what it is that we are trying to say to them. Then we have accurate information and transparency and accountability. What this means is that the information we shared is not only verified, but verifiable. There is accountability in the streams of information on the internal side. So we know where the information is coming from. There's clear channels of communication. And then there is transparency in how this information is shared. And then very importantly, to the context of the Santiago network, we have respect for local contexts and languages. We have alignment with human rights values and principles, particularly the 11th paragraph of the Paris Agreement and the provisions outlined there. And then we have inclusive, accessible, and gender-sensitive language. So we take all of these into account when we are producing communications from the Santiago network. Next. This outlines more specifically the 6 objectives of the communication strategy for the network. So first, we have publicizing and raising awareness about the Santiago network's mission, how to access the technical assistance, and the impact of the activities the network will undertake. Second, we have facilitating a strong and diverse network of members. So this connects very strongly to the outreach element and the outreach strategy, and making sure that we facilitate a membership that has expertise covering a wide range of topics across all geographical regions. Once we have that membership, it is important that we raise the visibility of the network of members to developing countries and communities so they are aware of regional and thematic coverage and relevance to respond to the needs that they have. We have objective 4, which is positioning the Santiago network and its value proposition, which is the key element in the Santiago network strategy. So we want to ensure we create a clear position on the added value in the loss and damage landscape and the climate action space as a whole. expanding the Santiago network's reach by leveraging partner and stakeholder platforms. That's also something that's come up, particularly given resourcing and our reach within the network itself. Leveraging those platforms will be key to really expanding the reach, but also trying to reach the local communities and national and local channels that we have at our that we have access to through our network partners and co-hosts. Facilitating strong internal communication will also be very important to make sure that we speak in a clear and consistent voice and that we have transparent information flows within the internal stakeholders. We'll speak a little bit more to this in the next slides, but the internal stakeholders would be the advisory board, the secretariat, and the co-host. So ensuring that those three bodies are speaking with a cohesive voice. Hannah, next. So the Santiago network identity, as was referenced a little bit before, is the core to building the communications around the network. It will provide a strong and coherent core identity to build all of our external communications and messaging. This has two main elements. First, we have the voice and style of the Santiago network that will, on one end, include building a language and style guide for the Santiago network, making sure that the terminology that we are using is consistent across our platforms, and we are communicating in an active voice that emphasizes action, impact, and responsiveness. The second proposal from the Secretariat is to update the naming convention of the Santiago network. You may have noticed that currently we have a lot of different usages of the naming convention across different stakeholders. So the proposal is to use Santiago Network with a capital S and a capital N as the shortened title of the network and all usage that does not pertain to UNFCCC official documentation. In the UNFCCC official documentation, we would follow their writing style as well as the full name of the Santiago Network for averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage. On the visual identity end, we have branding that will be undertaken by the Secretariat to build an elaborated branding kit that builds on the initial visual elements we have now, but provides a fuller network brand. We have the logo, which also we have an initial logo now, but a logo that encapsulates the core identity of the network and serves as its visual representation across channels and platforms. And then to make sure that all visuals that are created by the Santiago network convey this identity that we build and aligns with the communications principles that we have outlined. Next. So the target audiences, as I mentioned briefly, the key internal stakeholders that we have are advisory board, secretariat, and co-hosts. The flows of information here would be from the secretariat to the advisory board to ensure that they are duly informed and that we have platforms such as the updates the secretariat provides to make sure not only is the advisory board informed of the activities, but is able to provide the strategic guidance needed for the Secretariat's direction. Within the Secretariat, we would ensure seamless internal coordination through effective internal communication, and then facilitating collaboration and information exchange with the co-hosts so that we can leverage their platforms, but also ensure that the co-hosts are duly informed of any activities the network is undertaking. Next. The external stakeholders here map out more extensively the different groups that the Santiago network would want to communicate with. This includes the national liaisons, developing countries, communities, and potential members that would be more focused on the technical assistance and the expansion of the network, the members of the Santiago network, as well as other partner organizations, observers, and climate-focused organizations, and then the general public as a whole. Critically, this also includes collaboration with the WIM XCOM, which speaks to the knowledge products and dissemination of knowledge that is mandated for the Santiago network, and collaboration with the UNFCCC to make sure that the networks that they already have and the working groups that they have can be leveraged to speak to the local communities and to national and local networks. Next. This outlines what external communications channels we will be using. Some of these are already in place. So first, we have the Santiago Network website, which will function as a one-stop hub for all information, resources, and activities about the network. We already have a website which is in the first phase of its development. So we'll be looking to develop the website further and make sure it responds to the needs and the feedback that we receive as we go. We also have the Santiago Network portal, which is currently active, but also will be expanded further. The portal aims to facilitate the submission of technical assistance requests, expressions of interest for membership, and to facilitate member engagement once they have been approved. On the social media end, you may know, hopefully, that we have a Santiago Network LinkedIn channel now that we are using to communicate externally with a wide range of stakeholders. We will also be leveraging the directors channel specifically to provide a more individual perspective on the network and use it also to communicate with influential voices within the loss and damage and climate action landscape. Additional social media channels may be explored given the current resources. We are focusing on LinkedIn, but we are looking to expand this further. The Secretariat will also undertake media engagement and issue official press releases. This will be related to event engagements, but also on critical milestones achieved by the Santiago Network. We also currently have a Secretariat update that just goes to the advisory board, but we'll be looking to have regular newsletters and targeted campaigns for external audiences and more targeted outreach to the specific external stakeholders outlined in the mapping. In terms of events, there are 4 key types of events that we are hoping to undertake. First, we have Santiago Network hosted events. These may include things like workshops, write-shops that directly contribute to advancing technical assistance requests, as well as expanding the membership. Then we have side events that would be more focused on leveraging the climate-related events and conferences, particularly the COP, the SPs, climate weeks, and make sure the Santiago Network has a strong presence there. We'll have director speaking engagements that may include moderations of panels, panelist and speaker engagements, and then having the network represented at identified events where it may be beneficial. In terms of leveraging platforms, we not only have the co-host channels that were already mentioned, but channels of our members and partners. Leveraging these will really help amplify the network's visibility and then also make sure that we are communicating with the key partners, governments, constituencies, and supporting organizations that they already have as a part of their network. Next slide. In terms of monitoring and reporting, the Secretariat will develop a dedicated communications reporting framework, which will be informed by the initial results framework of the Santiago Network, as well as take into account specific relevant metrics so that we can evaluate and accordingly adjust the communications approaches and strategies. On monitoring, we've outlined a couple of key activities that will be undertaken. That includes regular web and social media monitoring of communications activities by both the Secretariat and the co-hosts, media monitoring of any mentions of the Santiago Network, as well as overall digital external platforms that may mention the Santiago Network. On the reporting side, the Secretariat will conduct internal reporting to track results and use those insights to readjust strategies. The co-host will also be providing quarterly reporting on their communications coverage of the Secretariat and the Santiago Network's activities, and then highlights of the coverage will be provided to the advisory board through the Secretariat updates regularly and through the reports at advisory board meetings more broadly. Thanks. In the next steps, the main document that the communication strategy will be built on is the Santiago Network strategy. So as those 2 documents are developed, it will be further ironed out and core messaging will also be added to the strategy. The other key points to highlight here are the resource mobilization strategy and the outreach strategy, which will also be further developed in line with the communication strategy. And we will be seeking to advance our collaboration with the WIM XCOM in the further development of this COM strategy, as is highlighted in the 2024 to 2025 work program. I will stop there. If Carolina has anything to add. Perfect. Then I will hand it back to the co-chairs and very grateful for your guidance and feedback on the zero draft. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Carolina. Thank you, Rabail, for the presentation, and thanks to the Secretariat. Also, thanks very much for, again, making this document available to us before the meeting, and also for presenting it quite in detail right now. I must say this is a crucial task for us to be able to communicate. It's really key that we have clear communication to our members, to the network we want to build, to the proponents that will be coming up with requests, our supporters, and different partners. And thanks so much, Rabail, also for visualizing for us how this piece fits into the overall puzzle with all the other elements of the overall strategy, but also the other pieces of the strategies. You've had that in one of your first slides, and then also at the end. I think it's really important for us to consider. We've been discussing here for a while the different elements. So this is just an additional one. Of course, we do not want to repeat what we have said, but colleagues, the floor will be open for you to react on this one, and also to make recommendations on how this communications strategy fits with the other elements. I must say I'm also very happy to see that you've highlighted the partnerships and synergies, and in particular, let me just mention, as a member of the advisory board coming from the executive committee of the WIM, together with my coach Angela, it's really good to see, especially on that point, the partnership and synergies that can be built with the ExCom, in particular for communications, but also for events. But I think there's also other partners, of course, and we can continue the discussion also with regard to our outreach to the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage and others. I hope the name will not now open the discussion. I had to smile when you presented that, because I remember the conversations we had around the name in another body that took a lot of time, but I hope that is not going to be the case. So with that, I've been speaking for a moment, waiting for some flags to come up, and I see that Rashid would like to take the floor, so I'll give you the floor first for reactions on this point.
So thank you, Secretariat. Really, frankly speaking, I feel very comfortable with the Santiago Network Communication Strategy. There's zero drafts. I noticed that the strategy envisaged to develop specific outreach formats and localize the campaign tailored to vulnerable communities, including indigenous people, women, and persons with disabilities. So also, I noticed that there is a clear articulation of objectives and channels, strong focus on identity and brand coherence, in addition to the emphasis on impact measurements. I have just two questions, if you don't mind. So how will the communication strategy support deeper engagement with national focal points, liaisons, and institutions to ensure alignment with national climate communication efforts? And also, how will the Secretariat ensure sustainability of these efforts beyond donor-driver supports?
Thank you so much, Rashid, and thanks for the questions. Now I will give the floor to Alpha, followed by Valentina, and then Camila.
So, if I well understood, we are going to comment on the outreach strategy and the communication strategy. Is that correct?
So at this moment, Alpha, let me just clarify, we're speaking about the communication strategy.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Very appreciative of the huge effort made by the Secretariat to share the document and to opening the whole front that we need to address to make the network actually raise to the expectation that people are having. As far the communication strategy is concerned, I would like to make some comment on my finding and make specific recommendation later on. So I think we need enhanced commitment to translation. current language about translation when possible create uncertainty about access in local languages. I think there is a digital centered approach which might exclude vulnerable communities. So we definitely need to figure out how we can address how we can reach the people who have limited internet access, etc. So I think also there are other mediums to communicate, like radio, workshops, and particularly events that are happening where the secretariat will be presented. So basically, what I'm saying, we can figure out how alternative communication channels can be all explored. The audience engagement methods can be enhanced also, because while vulnerable communities are listed as target audiences, there's no concrete methods how to reach them or to reach out to them. And the regional representation needs to be also enhanced to take advantage of regional coordinators, to take advantage. I can imagine a regional coordinator will be having a pool of OBMEs that he entertain and country representatives that they entertain. So that should be also drawn in the strategy. So specific recommendation, I think we need to have a principle that ensure inclusivity. Of course, digital product is the main medium, but we should ensure that no one is left behind or no one is not informed. And I also think we need to figure out what regional specific communication we have. Each region has a different type of loss and damage impacts, and tiered regional approach will be also good. And I think we need to figure out, in the whole decision that we took today, we have regional coordinators, we have a desk, we have contact points. So we definitely need to in the next iteration, to have an idea of which contribution they can bring. And definitely, I will definitely encourage for the next session to reach out to other stakeholders to make comment on how best we can do that. So far from my end, thank you.
Thank you so much, Alpha. Thanks a lot for highlighting the point on the inclusivity. This is, I think, something that should be further developed in the strategy, and we will, of course, provide some time, not just for the exchanges here, but also for written feedback on the draft, and which we are not finalizing today, but we will continue discussing at the next meeting. And thanks also for your specific recommendation. And I think now that we have approved the structure with those positions that you have highlighted, I think they will be part of the entire picture. So it's very key to see how they can be also utilized for the communication strategy, of course. So thanks for that. Next on my list is Valentina, followed by Camila, and followed by Samuel online.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to express my appreciation to the Secretariat for the good draft communication strategy developed. I believe it provides a solid foundation for enhancing the Santiago network's visibility, inclusion, and engagement with key stakeholders. The strategy is kindly crafted. It reflects our shared value, building trust, raising awareness, positioning network as credible and central actor in the global loss and damage landscape. With some future refreshment and refinement, it has the potential to become even more powerful tools, ones that not only support our outreach efforts, but also increase the voice of the most vulnerable. Allow me to offer a few suggestions to strengthen the strategy in the future. First, I encourage the introduction of clear key performance indicators, tracking elements such as website visits, social media reach, newsletter engagement, and media coverage. This will allow us to measure impact and refine our approach, how we grow. Second, I would like to see full use of the regional coordinator engagement. They are well positioned to lead localized messaging, connect with regional media, and most importantly, bring toward community stories and capture the human impact to the bulk of the network. I propose also create a Santiago storytelling club, something like that. This will be dedicated space to collect and share real life narratives through video, audio, visual, and from communities that have received technical assistance. These stories are powerful tools for learning, accountability, and inspiration. It will be nice also to develop acceptable communications for access, toolkits, a simple multilingual flow literacy guides to explain how request technical assistance, how to become network member, how to co-design a proposal. And finally, I would like to formalize the role of vulnerable communities within our communication and technical assistance ecosystems. They should have a voice in shaping requests, monitoring support, and ensuring meaningful follow-up. So thank you.
Valentina, and again, thank you so much for those very, very concrete recommendations on adding the metrics, but also the localized messaging and the very, I think, very, very useful recommendation on having some practical, visual, easily understandable guides that explain the different processes. We've been seeing at this meeting how that is being shaped, but I think that is an additional idea of having those really simple access toolkits, as you have said. So I hope the Secretariat can also pick up that point and respond. Thanks a lot for that, and also for saying that we need to give the voice to particularly vulnerable communities. I will now turn to Camila and then to Samuel.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair, and once again, thank you so much to the Secretariat for this strategy. I think it's a very solid document. I was happy to see as well how we're using innovative methods of communication and how it really took care to evaluate and work on target audience. Very happy to have this starting document. I also agree with a lot of what was said, and agree with Valentina that this is the document that we have to stay sort of relevant and innovative. And the key question is to how we're using this space to give voices to the communities and countries that are the front lines of climate change. So with that in mind, I do have some short recommendations. One, as I've said in other strategies, this is clearly linked, and I know you've identified it, but I think where we are now with these zero strategies is that there are slight differences in the strategy and in the outreach strategies and in this strategy of how we think about target audience and some of the languages. So I hope we can take care now and after, when we integrate some of the comments, to make sure that we align them. I think I've said that before as well, but I do feel this is the clearest example of sort of target audience. So this one could be used as a basis because I thought it was quite clear. I do think there's space for improvement, particularly when we're speaking of internal, external, right? We are a constituted body of the convention, and as such part of the WIM and of the UNFCCC. So I think there's space to see a little bit increased use of UNFCCC networks as well, sort of internal because we are part of it, and of the women on XCOM, where they have also made a call to collaborate with us in communication strategy. And I think there's going to be a lot more capacity in communication strategy in the Santiago network. So good to see how that can also support the WIM as a whole, and maybe they're not quite as external as other external members, but I think that's just in how we progress and increase that. I think you've hit it in the nail, and this is the space or one of the spaces to develop our identity and value added. And in that particular, in relationship with OB&Es, I also agree with what Valentina and Alpha were saying. I think we need to have more emphasis in how we collaborate with OB&Es, and specifically how are we also trying to be innovative in also using their spaces, right? This is where we are supposed to sell them. This is the value added that we bring, but be very clear in how you can engage with us. So like messages we need to develop key messages for OB&Es. If they want to talk about us, how can they talk about us? We need to make it really easy for them. I mean, like key messages that they want to communicate. We're now members of the Santiago network. You know, maybe their comms officers have no idea how to say that. Let's prepare those messages for them. And that's going to help us have outreach. And on that idea of preparing key messages, those for OB&E is crucial. It's also the time to prepare key messages tailored for board members. ED is going to be representing us in high-level dialogue, right? He's going to need key messages, but I am on LinkedIn. What can I don't know about my fellow board members. Social media, and it's not my strong suit. Tell me, look, here are the messages you can put. I can put it on my LinkedIn or on my Twitter or on my account. I can share it, like we can have it for board members and for OB&Es and for different stakeholders, since we've identified them. And now is the moment we want sort of people talking about us and talking about the members. So having some more concrete next steps, because this is a really important time of sort of building awareness and communicating so much of the incredible achievements. I mean, if we compare to the speed of other comparator organizations, just how much and how operationalized we are. I mean, we need to start delivering on technical assistance, but we are set. We are here. We are ready. And let's get those messages going. But thank you. Happy to engage on the next iteration of this document.
Thank you so much, Camila, and thanks again for very concrete suggestions on improvements. And let me just pick up that point you made on the consistency of language between the different strategies and using this one as the basis. So now I will give the floor to Samuel, then followed by ED. And I would like to encourage others to raise hands or flags, but also I will open to observers, because I think this is also a key moment to hear from them on this strategy. So please signal your interest to speak if you wish. Samuel, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Still morning here. So the communications plan that I saw, I think, is commendable. I have to give it to the secretariat. Like, they really did a great job, especially the strategy. I understand a lot of effort that has gone into this, including the consultation process, which at a point my constituency also was part of. So that is very, very nice to see. I just want to make some comments on some few things that include, Rashid rightly mentioned about the alignment of the network of the communications language with that of the national focal point. But I also want to emphasize on the synergy with the outreach, so that there will be coherence in language, because if they work in synergy with the outreach, it makes the work even more easier. I understand that communication and outreach is different, but synergizing with that makes everything easy. And I also want to talk about messaging and language. I understand that when we look at messaging and language, in the aspect of language for using digital media could be a little bit different, as we would want to maintain one language, but beyond just that, but knowing that we are reaching out to a lot of target audience who could possibly use digital media and could also have some translators when they're using their digital media. Like, for instance, when you're using a phone, when you're connected to your digital media in, let's say, a country like maybe Spain, and maybe the language you use is Spanish, any content you view will be in Spanish. I don't think it would necessarily show up in English. So that has also taken care of itself since we have the use of AI. But then in the aspect of messaging, I feel it's very, very important that the messaging aligns with the mandates of the Santiago network. And I just wanted to ask, like, in communication medium and scope, is it only limited to the digital media? Because part of the thing I saw mostly is more with the digital media. So I want to ask if this is only limited to the digital media, or is beyond just the digital media, but even scaling down to the local communities in the aspect of engaging them, on one-on-one basis, like Alpha mentioned, the use of other traditional um, media spaces, like maybe radio and all that. Is this something that we are going to do, or this context only comes in during the delivery of technical assistance requested by those communities or those countries? And then lastly, I just wanted to spotlight about the naming and framing of SN of the Santiago network, which is capital S and capital N, but only for that purpose and not for the purpose of including it in other UNFCCC documents, or can also be included in other UNFCCC documents when they are referencing other UNFCCC documents, or when they are writing directly into other UNFCCC documents. So I want to understand, is it going to be Santiago network, and in the UNFCCC is going to be Santiago network on loss and damage, or is going to be Santiago network and in the UNFCCC to make reference to adverting, minimizing, and addressing climate change in this loss and damage? So I just want to understand that. And I also feel that, okay, so I also want to talk about the need for the membership toolkit. If the communications can also look into that, because a lot of organizations, like youth-led organizations, have actually told me or communicated to me directly about how difficult it is for them to understand the membership form, or how to register as members for the Santiago network. And I believe if we have a toolkit that could explain to them how this works, I think that would make sense to ease off the stress of trying to navigate to know how to register as a member, when the mail come, when they are going to get a response and all that. And lastly is the need to use testimonials for the Santiago network. Like, whenever, I think, is it Aisha? I don't know who mentioned that, but probably the last person that spoke also, but the person talked about the use of stories. So I feel if we can also include the use of testimonials, and in these testimonials, we should not only focus on people that speak English, but we should focus on people that use other language, as we can be able to provide translators we can be able to transcribe their videos for them in the form of other languages when we are posting it. So that is just what I want to talk about. But then I want to understand if this communication strategy is only limited to digital media. Thank you.
Thank you, Samuel, and thanks for raising the questions. I think the Secretariat will respond on that, and also on the question that came up from Rashid and yourself on the engagement with the national focal points. Thanks for making the point around messaging and language, toolkits, testimonials, and stories. I think there's a lot of commonality with what we've heard from other colleagues as well. Just on the name, so to clarify, we do not have a name Santiago Network for Loss and Damage. That has not existed, and it's not used in the decision language. So that name remains as it was in the COP-CMA decisions. It's Santiago Network for Averting, Minimizing, and Addressing Loss and Damage. And the naming convention was just proposed to have a short name here of Santiago Network. But I hope we are not entertaining into this discussion as well. But let me now turn to ED. And colleagues, I don't have any other flags right now, but please, if you want to speak, this is the time to signal your interest. So ED, over to you.
So thank you, Stella. I will be very not long because intervention from Camila, Rashid, Alpha, and Samuel also covered a large part of what I wanted to say. And I think I want just to maybe put one experience that I had when I was in the executive how can I mean the CDM, Clean Development Mechanism process. So we went through the DNA and the UNFCCC representation at the national level to share the strategy, the framework of the strategy communication to allow, for example, the loss of damage contact point and the UNFCCC focal point to develop a national communication basis on the strategy that we have that can allow us to maybe to disseminate all vehicle of communication that we want maybe to touch the autochthones and the vulnerable communities. So that can allow us maybe to be more to cover all this problem that I already raised in terms of language, in terms of reaching the vulnerable community. We wanted to reach in terms of the barriers that we want to communicate and people who are targeting to communicate. I think that was a good experience that allow the CDM to have a very quick startup and development at the local and the national level. So I think this will be a very good idea if we can look how we can frame it, adapt it on this strategic communication that can, maybe we will be more efficient in terms of diffusion of information and capacity building, etc. So thank you, Stella.
Thank you very much, Edie, for that. And I think it really builds nicely on the suggestions that were made by Alpha in terms of using the regional coordinators and also by Camila on using us as members of the advisory board to also communicate and to share the awareness, but to also make it more personal. But I think we do need some basic material from the Secretariat that is aligned also with not just the visual identity, but also with the overall vision. And I hope then, we can multiply with those different channels the communication that the Secretariat will be working on. So colleagues, I don't have anyone else on the speaking list, no observers, no other members. So with that, I will then turn to the Secretariat to address some of the comments and questions.
Thanks, co-chair, and once again, thank you, board members, for the comments and feedback. I will address some general comments because I would like you to hear more from Travail on the specifics. But in terms of some of the overarching comments that came through, when it comes to the purpose and objective of the communications strategy, this is one that will help us as a tool to achieve simplicity of Santiago Network objectives. So for us, it is essential to have a communications strategy that really acts as a vehicle to be able to communicate much better the technical assistance offer of the Santiago Network at the time also that we enhance the engagement with the stakeholders and also leverage on the support from partners. That also is essential for us to act as a network that we can incentivize the interest in others to collaborate and to work with Santiago Network. Also for us, it is a fortuitous occurrence that now at the same time the different strategies of the Santiago Network are shaping up. That's really an opportunity as we see it to make sure that the strategic framework is one that is consistent and is coherent and is also providing a guidance for us in terms of how to use the different strategic components to deliver on the mission of the Santiago Network. The way we see it for the comments around the communications strategy and the outreach strategy, I will try to summarize it in few words. The communications strategy goes to the identity, the messaging, and communicating the value addition of the network, while the outreach strategy is about driving action with identified stakeholders. In this sense, that action will be driven also by using the communications and being informed by the communications strategy in terms of the identity and session. That's the articulation that we see there. As mentioned, it's a very fortuitous and lucky moment and occurrence that all of these pieces are coming together, and we will need to piece them out as we move ahead. We hear also the comments about aligning the different strategies and the notes very specifically when it comes to target audiences and other sections that need to be consistent, and that we need to be using the recommendation to use the communications strategy as a basis when it comes to the language. Well noted also on the need to use different channels. The suggestion here to use the UNFCCC channels of communication, and I'm happy also that we have UNFCCC joining us here. I'm sure that we can continue collaborating to make use and to profile much better the Santiago Network in their webpage. That will be very helpful because the UNFCCC webpage, of course, has a lot of visitors, and that will help us also disseminate much more our message. We will also work on developing and crafting the specific messaging for different actors of the Santiago Network, board members, OBNEs. So we make sure to use the different arms and legs of the Santiago Network, including the very important set of arms that we have now that will be the regional coordinators. So we'll be very happy also to start thinking about how to use communications also to that regional coordinator muscle that we have now. I stop here on the general comments, but all of this feedback will help us further inform the communications strategy, and Ravel will address more specific aspects. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Carolina. And thank you for all of those very concrete points and very useful suggestions also on how we can further expand on the strategy. I'll start with the digital platforms just to clarify. The digital focus at the start of the strategy is also a little bit, right now we are working on communications without a strategy in place. So we have started with the LinkedIn and the website as a foundation, but as we develop the strategy, the intention is to expand the focus and definitely not stick to the digital platforms. It's very well noted in terms of accessibility that may not be the best approach. So the outreach and communications to targeted channels would also include through the contact points and through the UNFCCC, national focus, the national liaisons and regional officers, but also importantly through the members channels and the partners channels outlined. And as the membership expands, the intention is for more local organizations to be involved so that we can have a two-way flow of communication with them, where we're able to provide more centralized information, but tailor it to their needs and then use their feedback on how we can leverage those channels. Well noted on also using radio and alternative methods. An example to share perhaps in the promotion of the calls for proposals to Vanuatu was that we were able to have quite a prominent presence in Vanuatu's local media through our collaboration with them. So that's the kind of approach we would seek to take. In terms of expanding beyond just the digital and radio and these platforms and the channels that we have outlined here, we would also be seeking further engagement, as has been highlighted, and consultations to make sure that if there are other more direct channels, such as working groups, there's a lot of online social media channels as well that we can explore that wouldn't be open external platforms with more targeted expert groups. That's something we can use for targeted outreach towards membership and technical assistance. On the centralized approach that we have at the moment, just to clarify that we will be seeking to develop communications packets, as has been outlined, for advisory board members, but also for specific event engagements. This would also go for co-host event engagements. So that would not just be the COP NSBs, but specific workshops that are being planned by UNDRR and the Santiago Network Secretariat. So we make sure that we don't only leverage the outreach aspect of it, but we use it for broad broader visibility. And we have those communications packets also available to our members, as well as organizations that we're partnering with so that they can share that messaging. The point on sharing communications kits with new members is also well noted, and that's something that we have really seen a positive signal from the members on. They're very keen to communicate more about the network. So as we frame our identity and messaging, that is something that we will be able to focus a lot more on providing. This like a lot of the other communications and outreach points discussed, would take a phased approach. So making sure that we use the resources that we have, but we don't dilute the messaging too much. We would be focusing on trying to have a core message at the start and then expanding this. On Edie's point of having a national communications plan, I think that would be something very useful to work towards, but perhaps to build on it as the network's reach expands and there is also further clarity within the loss and damage landscape on what it is that the network offers, so that we don't also go into a reputational risk aspect there. Just going to make sure that I'm referencing everything on the naming convention. Stella, thank you for the clarification on that. So the proposal is exactly that, to use the Santiago network with the capital S and N only for external communications purposes. For the UNFCCC documentation, we would follow their editorial style and what has been outlined in the decision text there. So we're not proposing to touch that aspect at all. On engagement with communities and local organizations, I think that that point is very well noted. We have referenced it a little bit in the strategy, but we don't currently have in the strategy targeted approaches to this. So we will be working on developing this more in the next iteration of the strategy. We will also be seeking further guidance. We have had consultations with the representatives on the advisory board already, and that has been very helpful, as well as with the specific constituencies that they represent. But we will be seeking to have further consultations on that to make sure that we also outline how we can perhaps develop more print materials and have access to local languages in addition to the UN languages where it is relevant. On the differentiation between the internal and external stakeholders, that point is also very well noted. There are a lot of overlap, so perhaps in the next iteration, we'll be seeking to define this a little bit more in a tailored approach and making sure that we fully utilize all of those channels that are available to us. And we will be further identifying also the specific pathways that we have to reach their channels, and not just using the digital platforms and contact points, but also their partners. So we're not just leveraging the specific co-host and partner platforms, but also going into the broader network of their own local organization and project partners. I think I will stop there. I hope that I've covered all of the points, but happy to provide further clarification. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rabail, and thank you, Carolina. You have definitely answered many of the comments and questions. As I said, we are not closing this discussion here. We will continue it. We will hope to finalize the strategy at our next meeting. So colleagues, thanks so much for engaging in this discussion. As we have been doing so far in this meeting, I would like to propose to you decision points from this agenda item. We will also send them to you right after. So I will sum up and read out to you what we are proposing as co-chairs. Of course, you will see it in writing. You will have then the possibility to react. But what we've been trying to do over this meeting was sharing with you the decisions in advance so that we can avoid the drafting on screen and wordsmithing in the last hour of our meeting. And hopefully on that particular agenda item, there was a lot of convergence. So this should not be the most difficult one to reach decisions. So what we're suggesting for this agenda item is to take note of the Santiago Network Communication Strategy Zero Draft and 2025 plan. So what we have had as document and as presentation right now. We will then also request, the decision will request members and representatives to submit written feedback on this Santiago Network Communication Strategy Zero Draft and 2025 plan to be shared with the Secretariat by 7th of May. We're also trying to spread the deadlines a little bit and be mindful of the time you will need to provide feedback on the different elements that were discussed at this meeting. And then the third element of the decision will be to request the Secretariat to further develop the Santiago Network communications strategy, taking into account the comments and suggestions made during the fourth meeting of the Advisory Board, so this meeting, and also the written feedback received, and seeking alignment with the Santiago Network strategy, the overall strategy, and the outreach strategy for the consideration of Advisory Board for adoption at its fifth meeting. So this is the suggestion. I know it may be a little bit hard to just hear it for the first time, but please react if you feel something was not reflected before we send it to you. So I see Camila raising the flag. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair. Very happy with that way forward. Just for consistency, I think those are the points that I'd like to see, just for consistency's sake. As we did in other items, this is not a final document, so instead of taking note, can we welcome the discussions that happen under this agenda item, and then keep all the other points as are.
Thanks so much for this suggestion, Camila. We will try to be consistent throughout the meeting reporting the different decisions. So bear with us. You will receive all of that by email. It might not be perfect, but we will do our best to align and to be consistent. So thanks for that suggestions. Anything else that you would like to raise at this moment? Anything missing? I do not see any other flags. So I would take it that that this is acceptable for you. So thank you so much, and we will close this agenda item for now. And you will see the decision. You will see the decision when you receive it, and then we will still go through the meeting report where this point will be included. So, colleagues, let me now turn to the next agenda item that we have. For now, we will be moving to the agenda item 11, which is 2025 budget. We have already discussed that agenda item on Tuesday. We looked at the Santiago Network Secretariat budget for 2025 that was approved by the Advisory Board at the third meeting. We have heard the Secretariat providing an update on contributions to the Santiago Network and also the overview of the budget execution in relation to the approved budget. So now we are coming back with this agenda item because we didn't finish everything. Just recalling that you have received the draft decision points for this agenda item after our initial discussion on Tuesday. So late in the evening of the first day of the 15th of April, you received a proposed decision point for this. We have received some feedback on those decision points that were sent. And we have made some modifications to it to ensure that we take into account the feedback from colleagues that shared comments in writing. But we also have some elements of this decision that were left missing. There was a placeholder in the decision for the constitution of the budget subcommittee. And as Angela was also recalling earlier today, we can constitute the committee if we have members to fill it. So this is something we need to look at for this agenda item as well. And also making you aware that because we have adopted the decision on the regional presence, we will need to add an element to the decision on budget that will reflect that. So I am aware that you do not have this in front of you right now, but you have received the text. So there were three parts of the decision. The first, and I think something is being shown on the screen, so perhaps the Secretariat is assisting us. Maybe it will be easier. Thank you so much. I think it will be easier for you to see the first point is is simply advisory board noting the status of the budget approved in 2025, and also confirmation from the secretariat that the annual financial report for 24 will be prepared by the end of Q2 of 2025. So that was the decision point you have seen, and that didn't receive any comments. So we take it as adopted by all members. Then the second decision element was slightly amended. There was a comment from Alpha around the transparency and providing more granular information on the contributions. So as you can see, we have amended that decision point as co-chairs working together with the secretariat, and now it reads: to further enhance transparency, the advisory board requested the secretariat to provide more timely and granular details of contributions and expenditure against approved budgets, that will be discussed and presented in subsequent meetings. So that is the amendment that we are suggesting following the feedback that was received from Alpha on that particular point. The next point is the one I was referring to, where we provided a placeholder where we are establishing the budget subcommittee, but we needed to fill it with names. So at this time, we do not have any nominations, at least no formal nominations. So this is also the moment where I will open the floor for you if you have, if you want to volunteer, if you want to propose yourself to work in this subcommittee. This will be necessary for us to set it up. If we do not have members to set it up, we will not be able to do that. And there will be one more point that I think is not currently on the screen, but let me maybe pause at this moment and see if there are any reactions to what is being reflected on the screen. I am being told that Edie is volunteering. Is that the case, Edie?
It is volunteering for conflict of interest.
Thank you, Alpha. Okay, so that is something we will take up not in this decision point, but in the decision point under any other matters. So we will come back to that, but thanks for that, Edie. Are there any flags, any hands raised for that point? I see Alpha.
Thank you, Co-Chair and the Secretariat for helping us summarize with decision point that we have now. I'm fine with the text as it is, but I have one question because I need to have the same understanding than everyone. So the 11.3, where are we now? Because I'm getting confused. Can you go up, please? Exactly.
We have three parts there, yes, 11.1, 11.2, 11.3.
Yes, on the transparency part, the transparency speaks also, so because a granular detail of a contribution is meaning that we have a timeline of the agreed fulfillment of the pledges. Is that correct? As it's standard practice everywhere that we have a line saying when we're supposed to be getting money from whom, etc., etc.
So I think that point is covered as part of the information that is being provided by advisory board by the secretariat, where we say to provide more timely and granular details of contributions and expenditure. And I can turn to the secretariat to provide more information, but as you may recall, during the course of this week, we have seen also the presentations from the secretariat that were showing where we stand in terms of the contributions being made. There was this graph with the kind of the years that showed how much money has been dispersed from the contributions that actually showed that. And we are trying to capture here that this type of information with more granularity will be provided to the advisory board to enhance transparency. Just one comment maybe here, Alpha, to your feedback. I think what you have also proposed is that the contributions agreement with donors are put on the website, which is not possible. So we have not taken that point on board because those contribution agreements would be confidential. So there would not be a possibility to display them on the website. Nevertheless, we want to make sure that we're capturing the idea of transparency in providing information about those contribution agreements to the advisory board in a way that is possible. So, so providing all the details that can be provided without breaking that confidentiality clause that is there. It's hard for me to see a little bit now, Alpha. I don't know if your flag is raised. Okay, you want to come back? Please go ahead.
Yes. Okay. It was no expectation from my end to get the contribution agreement posted online. But my point is, we are working. We are newly established institutions, and we should aspire to best practices, and particularly in that budget discussion, we had a good approach by the Fund for Responding Loss and Damage, and I think the issue of contribution is more sophisticated, complicated there, and the document we received from the Secretariat is actually clear about the tranches, the installment of the different tranches. So I think having a timeline of when, how much will be coming will be very important, particularly in light of the resource mobilization.
Thank you so much, Alpha, for that. Indeed, I'm also following the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, so I know they are providing information on the status of resources, which basically shows which contributions were made already and where the contract is still being negotiated or if it's being signed. I think that is exactly the information we've been getting so far. But I am confirming with the Secretariat that it is also possible to provide information on the breakdown of payment schedule per contributors. So if that is the information you're seeking, we can definitely provide that information from the Secretariat to the advisory board. Does that satisfy your comment, Alpha? Or would you like to see something else in the decision? Or is that something that is captured with that understanding in the decision?
I'd like to thank the Secretariat for the understanding. It is to the best interest of the network that we get that information. The second point is I would like to nominate myself as one of the members of the Budget Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alpha. And I understand that you're then okay with the decision language, with the understanding we have just confirmed. And thanks for nominating yourself. I would ask others to consider as well, because one member will not be enough to constitute the committee. I have Eneida on the speakers list. Eneida, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. I would like to also nominate myself for the Budget Committee.
Thank you very much, Eneida. That is excellent news. We have now 2 members with 2 regional groups, so that is already quite good. I heard this morning, I think possibly from Alpha, that we should have similar practice in the COI committee and in the budget committee, which would have, and apologies if I'm confused who have said it, I think it was Alpha, that the COI committee will have 4 members, so the budget committee should also have 4 members. Any other expressions of interest in that regard? And I would not like to prolong that discussion either, because we still have other business to go through today. If we do not have now more expressions of interest, we will have to park that. And if we do not reach the 4 members when we get to the point on the report, we will have to drop that point with your understanding on that. So with that, can we take that the point 11.2 is green and the point 11.3 still requires coming back to because of the names, but in terms of the text, we are fine with it. I do not see any other reactions. Could we scroll down a little bit because I would like to draw your attention to the additional point that we are adding to the decision point on this item. As I have said, we adopted the decision on the regional presence and we have to reflect now that because it refers to the budget as well. Of course, the recruitment of the positions that we agreed will need to be reflected in our expenditure and it will require some updates from the Secretariat. So we are proposing to add a decision point 11.4, which says also requested the Secretariat to update the personal budget line in the 2025 budget to accommodate the recruitment of regional positions, the recruitment of head office positions, and the continuation of the interim secretariat, and submit to the advisory board for consideration and approval. Is that fine with everyone? I do not see any flags. I give you a moment to see it, as it is the first time you're seeing that. But if there are no flags, I would take it that we can adopt that point and we can green it. And I would really love to gavel that point, but because we still have that placeholder for the names, I don't think we can gavel the decisions on the agenda item 11. So we'll have to come back, but only to the placeholder. So thank you for that, colleagues.
Hello, Coach, thank you. I think in the discussion we had, there was no objection to setting up a committee. So my proposal will be not to skip it at the end of the day because we are not having the nomination, but to continue discussing to allow for nomination over intersessionally, because the principle of setting a budget committee was agreed by everyone. Thanks.
Thanks so much for that suggestion, Alpha. I think that could be a good way forward. Since we do not have a full composition now, we will come back to that point. So let's see, should we then modify the decision language accordingly? Maybe not to go into the drafting on the screen now. I would ask the Secretariat if they could kindly redraft that decision to reflect the spirit of us establishing the committee pursuant to the rules of procedure and requesting the advisory board to nominate members to it intersessionally. So if you could draft something along those lines, that is correct with our rules and procedure, but also signals that we are not ready to do it now, but we will continue our efforts to provide the names and set it up at the later stage. So with your agreement on that, we would ask the Secretariat to redraft it, and we will briefly show you the correct decision point fully so that we can gavel it. But maybe without wasting time right now, we could use the time to move to the next agenda item. I do not see any flags coming up right now, so I take it that this is agreeable. And let me now turn to my co-chair, Angela, to continue with the next agenda item, which is dates and venue.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. We are going to move to the agenda item 12, which is dates and venue of the next meeting. As per Decision 12 CMA 4, endorsed by Decision 11 CP 27, paragraph 12, the advisory board is requested to meet at least twice a year, where possible in connection with meetings of the executive committee, while retaining its flexibility to adjust the number of meetings to suit its needs. Paragraph 32 of the Rules of Procedures of the Advisory Board of the Santiago Network state that at the first advisory board meeting of each calendar, the co-chairs shall propose a schedule of meetings for the calendar year. With regards to the venue, paragraph 29 of the Rules of Procedure state that the advisory board shall hold its meetings at the location of the Santiago Network Secretariat head office, unless otherwise decided by the advisory board and subject to the necessary arrangements being made, and may hold meetings in hybrid, in-person, and virtual format, and the decisions on location of the meeting other than the location of the Santiago Network Secretariat shall take into account the costs of and benefits of venue rotation, particularly in developing countries, and with respect to facilitating the participation of key stakeholders, as well as the location of the EXCOM meetings. I would like now to invite members to consider and agree on the dates and venue of its next meeting, taking into consideration the information provided in document SNAB /2025/4/15, date and venue of the next meeting. So as you remember, we have two options proposed in the paper. So I would like to open the floor for views on those options. Alpha, go ahead.
Sorry, I got to leave you for 1 hour. I have other commitment in 3 minutes. That's why I would like to share my view. Can you show, please, the options? I would my recommendation would be that we have a meeting back to back of the Fund for Responding Loss and Damage, and learning from the past experience that we mandate the co-chair with the support of the secretariat to reach out to the government of Philippines to help us to do that. And I think it is a unique proposal because at the next meeting, the proposal for the startup phase will be presented, and one of the key elements of that is the division of labor, or the complementarity and synergy between the Fund for Responding Loss and Damage and the Santiago Network. In addition to that, Philippines is a hotspot of many extreme events. We could use that to get first-hand country response, but also community response there. In that case, if we got to have the meeting there, we should allocate 1 day field visit. We can organize with the things that we can make 2-3 sites, if possible, in the 1 day, so that we get inspired and remember what we are talking about here. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Alpha. Any other views on this? Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, co-chair, and also secretariat to provide options on the screen. Yeah, each option can be considered, but when having the meeting in the Philippines, again, we have to make assessment on additional budget and also communicate with host government, which was happened in the case of Barbados. So then it was complicated matters, and the current meeting venue and date was decided, in a very short notice. So I hope that the venue and the date would be decided so that all members will be ready for preparation. Unless that, it's very hard for us to have a hotel booking and also book the cheap flight, particularly for those with self-funded. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Akio. We have Eneida followed by Gladys.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. I also support Akio's statement, and I would propose to first have an assessment of the costs for the alternatives, and also a pre-discussion with the country, if in this case would be Philippines, in order to avoid any other issues for the organization of the meeting. For me, it's okay for all the proposed dates.
Thank you very much, Gladys, followed by Edie.
Thank you, Co-Chair. For me, all the options are okay, but I think I heard in the meeting we had on the 14th, I think I heard some concerns whether it would be possible in between of the two meetings because of the travel time, etc. So maybe we can see that and take that into consideration. And also, it seems that option 1 and option 3 are the same, because if the NextCom meeting starts on the 29th of September, it seems like they're both referring to the same dates. I think later September or early October, so take that into consideration. But yeah, both, and also I want to support what Eneida has said, and maybe it would be good to have the cost, in order to see the good allocation of funds. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Edie, and then Camila.
So thank you, Gladys. I think maybe that was my first point, because I think there is a mistake before the executive committee or after the executive committee. That's why this is the first point. Secondly, I think we missed to have maybe a back-to-back meeting in Barbados because of the cost. If the discussion in the fund in Manila will impact or the relation the Santiago network must have with the fund, I think it's time to reflect on how we can allow us to have these meetings back to back to allow us to know what is going on in the fund, how we can interact with members of the fund to allow the Santiago network maybe to see how we can deliver to access to the fund, or the kind of direct access to the fund of loss and damage that we want to be in to support technical assistance. For me, this is key in the decision that we want to have. Maybe Akio want to take us in Japan with the collaboration of Japanese government. So Japanese government can also support the advisory board maybe to have the workshop in Manila. So we need maybe to see how we can make it real to go to Manila. From my side, both options are okay for me, but I prefer, it's not traveling very far to Manila, but attending to the fund meeting and to know exactly what are the opportunities for the Santiago network and what are the key information that we have from the funds meeting. I think that's my preference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Edie. Camila?
Thank you so much, Co-Chair. I always find it interesting how we can have such long conversations and dates and venues. But I will agree with Akio. It would be really helpful to have as soon as possible a decision on this because it really makes everyone's work easier. In terms of timing, I'm broadly happy with any of the proposals. In terms of process, I'll admit that I mean, I love, and I was very happy when to have been able to go to the Philippines when they hosted an ExCom meeting. It seems to me the process is for the country to make a proposal to host. I find it slightly out of process to be requesting the Philippines. Especially having a colleague from the Philippines here. I mean, maybe just to take care of process, particularly when we are in an international fora like this, these type of protocols are important. In terms of actually making a decision, I will admit to saying that I have a slight preference for having an earlier meeting until end of or middle of October. It feels like a very long intersessional period when we have a lot of documents coming up and hopefully some TA requests that are coming in. I also really see the value added in having really conjunction with the fund. I think the value added is in having actual messages, also having a meeting before, after the HLD, when we would have heard from ED on relationship there, and maybe after they've made their lunch for proposals and we have some more information, we can really draft and go with a really clear message for Carolina to deliver on our behalf in that area, because I know there were a lot of questions, and maybe having a little bit of time might help us do that and maybe send now a clear message and sort of signaling for future meetings that we are really interested in having them in conjunction, and maybe an invitation from the Philippines will come if this is communicated. But I think it's important to sort of keep in mind that we have to be invited. And we are great guests. I think that can see, but being invited is important before showing up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Well, I heard your views. We have Samuel. Samuel, go ahead. Apologies.
Yes, thank you. At least I'm not left behind. Okay, so I would like to look into the option 4, and I'll also like go with what Camilla has said about getting an earlier date, because October, I think, like part of the reason why I'm not in person here is because like the whole arrangement came in late, and getting my visa just 2 weeks to that process was very, very difficult. So first is if we could go with earlier dates, and then secondly is it should be in a developing country. So if we are going with earlier dates, it should be in a developing country. And for me, I think that is very, very important, because since the establishment of the Santiago network, we have not actually had any meeting in a developing country. And I think that is very, very important. So we want to consider having our next meeting in a developing country. Yes, so I go with Camilla's view and possibly exploring option 4. And also lastly is we can, while exploring option 4, but also look at the costs for the country, the host country for the meeting, the modalities, to know if it is within our budget or not. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samuel Tete. And then I will close this agenda and propose a way forward. Thank you.
I would love to invite you all to the Philippines if it were up to me. Yeah. But if there is a strong, preference or a wish to hold the meeting of the advisory board in the Philippines, I could definitely reach out to the Philippine government and say, we want an invitation. Can you invite us? At least we have very good relationship with some of the colleagues in the government. So perhaps I can coordinate with Carolina and give the specifics so that we can both relay the message through different channels. Thanks very much. Although I think the meeting is not going to be in Manila, of the fund, but in one of the second biggest island group, which is in Cebu. No, but it is not. It's a far cry from Barbados, so lower down your expectations. It's an island, but it's not Barbados.
Thank you so much. Camila, come back again.
Yep. Also, very short checking. I think there was to be factual, because the board meets 3 times. So actually, the discussions on complementarity that are going to be happening at the FRLD are in the July meeting in Cebu, not in September. The September meeting is in Manila, so it would work for Manila, but it wouldn't work for the complementarity agenda item, which would actually be in the next board meeting. So I think that's another argument to sort of consider, maybe aligning going with the FRLD to when they have that agenda item, which is when it might be most useful, and maybe consider an earlier date in September and do a call for invitations. But yeah, thanks.
Okay, colleagues, thank you so much. I think it's always a difficult discussion because everybody has a difficult schedule, different, international meetings that we need to attend. Perhaps just to raise from my side that this is key for us because we need to, the Secretariat needs to know the date and the venue to organize the arrangements, to organize in case that this requires support for visas process, also if they need to have a host agreement. So those kind of things we need to keep in mind. And we don't want to complicate our work and the work of the Secretariat, at least for now. So I have a proposal for you, and my proposal is to do it early September. We can, I think it should be before the United Nations General Assembly. I think most of you raised concern that you go there. I suppose that perhaps some of you will be invited to participate in different kind of events, high-level dialogues, etc. So my suggestion is to do it before the United Nations General Assembly, if that's agreeable to you. And their location, it's difficult to say that it will be in Manila. It's difficult to say that it will be, in Bonn. We have the Secretariat here, so we can say that it will be in Geneva, subject that someone propose, that they want to host it, because we cannot say that we will want to have it in Manila without talking with Manila and with Philippines, without receiving any proposal on the table, or Colombia, So that's my suggestion to you. So we will have the meeting at the beginning of September, before the United Nations General Assembly, here in Switzerland, subject to any interest raised by a developing country. Of course, we need to take the analysis. If there is a proposal made for another country, we need to see the cost implications. But for now, that's my proposal for the table. Okay. With that, we take that decision. Thank you so much. And my other, Samuel, do you want to take the floor again? Or is my mistake?
Yes, I was raising my hand before you hit the gravel.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
That is gravel. Go ahead.
Is that gravel or javel? Sorry, whatever it is. Well, the thing is, so I wanted to make this observation that why we also consider the traveling and all that, I feel is also important. Like the host country is also important that the logistics for making traveling arrangement is provided at least a month before the program itself, because this is the second time this is happening to me personally, and it doesn't really go well, whereby I have just less than few weeks to start making visa arrangement and preparations. I don't think that is really good. So it should be very, very timely, and that can help facilitate the whole preparation, because I can't just get my visa a day before travel and I jump in to flight for traveling. So I feel if the logistics are made available timely, at least a month prior to that, it will give ample time for preparation and also like go through the whole document and plan accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We took note of that of your comment, and I think that the secretary will keep this in mind for the future arrangements, for the preparations, and of course to ensure that everybody can, get the travel arrangements as soon as possible. So I just want to add two additional points, because we already discussed the main one, which is the dates and venue subject, the venue subject to an additional proposal. But we have at least the dates. There is an additional point, a decision point that we want to propose, which is normal. Further decides that the Santiago Network Secretariat shall present date and venue options for advisory board meetings in 2026. We need to add this decision point because we need to discuss once again in the next advisory board meeting what are the dates for next year for consideration and potential adoption. So we will add this decision point. I don't see any, harm in that, but if you have any views, just let me know. And the other decision point is that we request the Secretariat to undertake the preparations and finalize the arrangements for hosting of the advisory board meeting in a timely manner. It's like, some kind of process just to ensure that they organize everything timely for all of us. Those are the two additional decision points that we will add in the decision. With that, I just want to hear from you if there is any concern. If not, I know we are not showing these two decision points, but are, basic decision points. I would like to suggest that we adopt it. Okay, those decision points are adopted without any objection. Thank you so much. And I would like to move to the next agenda item, which is any other matters, which is agenda item 13. I would like to turn your attention to two matters for consideration by the board, two matters that were proposed as part of the annotated agenda. There are participation in the first annual high-level dialogue and establishment of conflict of interest subcommittee. And in addition, a proposal was made by Camila under agenda item 6A for intersessional work to guide the Secretariat on enhancing the process for outreach and building the network of members. So we would like to turn to the participation in the high-level dialogue. I just want to open the floor for that. Just let me highlight that on the high-level dialogue, Decision 1 CP28 was endorsed in Decision 5 CMA5 and makes provision for further operationalization of the new funding arrangements, including the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage. An annual high-level dialogue will be convened by the UN Secretary General and the board of the FRLD. And the Santiago Network is among the 30 high-level representatives to be invited to the dialogue. At our third meeting, the advisory board decided to formally communicate with the board of the FRLD as follow-up to the letter sent by the co-chairs after the second meeting to enhance collaboration, update on the guidelines approved to operationalize the Santiago Network, and inquire about and express interest in participating in the launch of the high-level dialogue at COP29 and the first high-level dialogue in 2025. The letter was sent on behalf of the advisory board by the co-chairs to the co-chairs of the board of the FRLD on 28 March 2025. The first high-level dialogue on strengthening responses to loss and damage is confirmed to take place on 25th April 2025 in Washington on the sidelines of the 2025 spring meetings of the World Bank, Group and the International Monetary Fund. It will focus on strengthening responses to loss and damage through complementarity, coherence, and coordination. An invitation from the FRLD, along with a tentative program, was received by the Secretariat on 25 March 2025. The letter was shared by the Secretariat with the co-chairs on 25 March and with the Advisory Board on 28 March 2025. The Secretariat engaged with the FRLD Secretariat to confirm the number of participants that the Advisory Board may designate, considering Decision 6 CMA5 for the Advisory Board to designate up to 2 representatives. The FRLD kindly informed the Secretariat that participation in the high-level dialogue is limited in line with relevant COP and CMA provisions or decision, and therefore one speaking role for the Santiago Network is envisaged. At the recently concluded 5th meeting of the Board of the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, the Fund Secretariat provided further updates on the high-level dialogue. Among other things, the expected outcomes include concrete commitments for enhancing complementarity, coherence, and coordination for responding to loss and damage, and a report of the dialogue to inform the board. There will be 2 roundtables that will focus on new partnerships as well as additional recommendations and strategic partnerships for loss and damage. On April 2025, 4th of April 2025, the Advisory Board met intersessionally to consider Santiago Network representation in the high-level dialogue. In accordance with the process for intersessional decision-making outlined in the rules of procedures, the Advisory Board adopted the following decision. Decides that Edie Niang, Advisory Board member, and Carolina Fuentes Castellanos, Director of the Santiago Network Secretariat, shall represent the Santiago Network at the high-level dialogue to strengthening responses to loss and damage to be held in Washington, D.C. on 25 April 2025. Request the Secretariat to confirm the participation of Edie Niang and Carolina Fuentes Castellanos to the Secretariat of the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage in response to their invitation and to support the preparation of the participation, Decides that the key messages to be presented by the Santiago Network representatives at the high-level dialogue shall be discussed under any other business at the 4th meeting of the Advisory Board. So the registration of Edie Niang and Carolina Fuentes have been confirmed to the dialogue. Members in this agenda item are invited to discuss Advisory Board participation in the first annual high-level dialogue, including key messages to convene during that meeting. So with that summary, quite long, but just to let you know where we are now, we have 2 representatives, and we would like to open the floor to get your views that perhaps could guide the participation of the director at ED in our representation in that meeting. Camila.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair, for reminding us where we're at. I think on slight clarification, we are not discussing the AB representation at the high-level dialogue. We are discussing the Santiago Network's representation at the high-level dialogue, and it's an important distinction. We are a network. There were discussions on the importance of having strong participation, and that's why we asked whether we could have 2 representatives from the network be there. And I think this follows on some of the discussions we heard in Barbados, where there are a lot of questions for the FRLD on how that can be and the best way for us to take advantage of that space. I do believe I also believe we haven't received yet from the FRLD exact, like there's a general agenda of the event, but we haven't received specific detail on how that would happen. From our understanding and from the terms of reference of her role, I believe Carolina will be representing us in any official speaking role, and she will be accompanied by Edie in all networking and assessment engagement events, which will be really important. In terms of the messages that we will have there, I think first and foremost, it is key that we can show that the Santiago network is operational and ready to deliver on technical assistance for averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage in developing countries that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. I wonder how many times I've written that sentence. That we have reached key milestone in determining how we are doing this, and I think we have important messagings on the types of members that we have, and the real important regional presence decision that we've made. That there are clear modalities for accessing the fund. So sort of just in where that is to give, because this is a fundraising opportunity as we're going to be with the major funds. So we want to give the security to these possible financiers that we are ready to be operational and that we have all of our guidelines. And that is, I think, slightly ahead of schedule than, for instance, the fund, though they are also advancing. And then we have to have a very clear discourse on the distinction of what we do versus what the fund is doing. And in that is that we can leverage a wide network of members, and I think that's where some of those discourses should be. How are we working towards being able to leverage that wide network of members, and how this can have a real important multiplicator effect, right? When we're going to work and in delivering technical assistance, it's not just the work that we might do or channel directly through us, but how through our network of members we can multiply the reach, so that importance on return of investment, which is also a distinction that is purely ours. I think we should be clear on that message of coherence with the fund, and some of these decisions that we've made here, sort of how we're going to engage your participation in the FRLD meeting, that we are going to have those agenda, that we have as well this agenda items on coordination and with the EXCOM and with the FRLD, that there is, and that we are designing, making sure we are working on our strategy, right, to make sure that countries understand the difference between the call for funding that the fund is preparing right now and ours, which is TA specific, and that we can serve as an entry point for countries in wanting to access the fund. Meaning this is a simpler mechanism that is already there that countries can use to design the programmatic approaches that are being designed to access the fund. And that can be a clear message, right? The fund is also a long-term strategy, and we're coordinated with them, but our clear advantage now that we can start telling countries is we can support you, we can give you the technical assistance required so that you may have all systems in place to then eventually access the fund. I think, and I truly trust, because we have seen Carolina deliver before, that she has the ability to be clear and concise in this. But the key message is we are ready and we are collaborating and we are here to stay and deliver on our mandate.
Thank you very much, Camila. I think it's really useful, and the director and Edie, who will be attending, can take full note of those comments. Edie, you have.
So thank you, Chair, for this this agenda item. It is can be very useful for me to know first what will be the format of this high level. Maybe we know exactly how it is going. It is in terms of speech or exchange that we're going to have there. So that will be very interesting to know. Also, maybe what I was waiting from this meeting, maybe we can have very important point in which is we are building a speech must go around these points. I think Camila already indicated some point, but I think it's the role of the advisory board is going further than maybe allowing only parties to access to the fund. So there's a very pertinent explication of how parties can develop at the national level and articulation of the technical assistance needed and developing a national assessment, developing target of projects that they need to be funded by to be funded by the fund. So I want maybe coming from here, maybe to see if we can have maybe very pertinent point of intervention on around or this point we can build our speech to be more precise because we will not have time. It's only 3 or 4 hours meeting. We need maybe to be more precise on what we are going to say. We will not have time like we have here in the advisory board. So we need to be very precise on what we are saying, what we are asking, and very strong statement that can maybe make our voice to be heard from there and to be taken into account of what the fund is going to do in this incoming month. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there are no more views on this topic, I have a proposal for you, just for consideration, because I mean, Camila raised many points, and I think the Secretariat already took note of that. Edie raised another ones. If that's agreeable to you, we what we can do is that the Secretariat can prepare, some kind of bullet points in terms of the key messages that both of you will raise. And if you allow us, we, as co-chair, Estela and I, we can, because, the meeting is tomorrow. So we will not have enough time to consult again all of you on the points. But if you trust us, what we can do as co-chairs is to ensure that the main ideas that you raise during these sessions will be convened in the messages that will be prepared by the Secretariat. That's okay for you? Okay, thank you so much. We are gonna have I don't know if we have a decision point or that we will write it and we will show you, but if that's agreeable to you, so that's the way to proceed with that topic. So thank you so much. Then move to the establishment of the Conflict of Interest Subcommittee. Just to raise that Decision 6 CMA5, endorsed by Decision 2 CP28, requested the UNFCCC Secretariat to develop draft guidelines on preventing potential and addressing actual and perceived conflict of interest in relation to the Santiago network, including any conflict of interest that might be raised when organizations, bodies, networks, and experts are engaged in providing technical support to the Santiago Network Secretariat while responding to technical assistance requests, or when the host of the Santiago Network Secretariat is responding as an OBNE to technical assistance requests. At our third meeting, the advisory board adopted the guidelines, which are contained in the document SNAB/2024/3/4 Rev 1. And as per paragraph 39 of the guidelines, the advisory board will address any actual and perceived conflict of interest that will be brought to its attention by the Conflict of Interest Subcommittee to be established by the advisory board pursuant paragraph 23 of its Rules of Procedures, section 5 of the guidelines, makes provisions on the composition and work of the subcommittee, including that the subcommittee will comprise 4 members appointed by the advisory board from among its members, with the aim of achieving fair and balanced representation and giving due consideration to gender balance, and that the subcommittee will develop its terms of reference for consideration and approval by the advisory board. I would like to invite members to formally establish the conflict of interest subcommittee pursuant to the guidelines on preventing potential and addressing actual and perceived conflict of interest in relation to the Santiago network, and discuss its memberships and the process for developing its terms of reference. So I would like to hear from you if we have some candidates. We have a mandate. We have Edie. Do you want to take the floor?
Yes, I already submit my candidate to be a member of the. We are together. Okay.
Okay, we have Camila and Ide. So do we need other two members to fill the positions that are available? Colleagues, remember that if we do not have the membership, we cannot start running the conflict of interest subcommittee. And it's important that all of you engage in the subcommittees. It's not only to have, if I can say with all respect, to have the meetings here, but we need to work intersessionally. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult to deliver as fast as possible. And I think the conflict of interest is something that is important for all of us, no? Any other board members would like to?
Yeah.
Okay, Gideon. Third one. Yeah, but I think, and perhaps the secretary can correct me, I think we need to have a balance between, just give me a second because I need to get some clarity. Okay, that's okay. Thank you so much. So we have the 4 members. We don't need to, because in accordance with paragraph 42, we have of the guidelines, it says the committee will comprise of 4 members appointed by the advisory board from among its members with the aim of achieving fair and balanced representation and giving due consideration on gender balance. That's the so it seems to me that we can have all of you and not any kind of division in terms of the membership. So that's okay. I just want to confirm that we didn't have any problem with that. So we have 4 members. We have Edie, Camila, Gideon, and Valentina. Thank you very much. We are gonna reflect that in the decision. And let's move to the next point on the other matters. So we are turning now to the proposal made by Camila for intersessional work to guide the Secretariat on enhancing the process for outreach and building the network of members. So I would like to give the floor perhaps to Camila to restate her proposal, after which I will invite members to provide their views on that proposal. So if we can establish or not, or how to proceed, please provide us guidance.
Thank you, Co-Chair. This is one of the points where decision points on agenda item 6 are still sort of a placeholder. And as you've mentioned, right, the work that we do here is not just when we meet twice a year, but some of the work we do intersessionally. I saw as we have seen, there's a lot of strategies on outreach and communications and sort of outreach to OBNEs that is happening intersessionally, and there was a feeling that there could be some input, as this is where we are defining sort of the message and the vision and of who we are. I have proposed the intersessional task force, which doesn't have to be like a subcommittee permanent one, but for this intersessional period up to the next advisory board meeting to support Timo's work. And while the permanent staff comms of permanent secretary, and to support the excellent work that Timo has been doing in that work in reaching out to OB&Es, and have some actual input, like a more maybe hands-on little task force from advisory board that can help the secretariat carry that work forwards and make sure we're being aligned with the idea we have in network. I am also, of course, volunteering to be part of that task force. Doesn't have to be like a full committee with terms of reference to go underway, but to task it to then report back at the next advisory board meeting on some of that work that took place intersessionally, and hopefully there would be some takers to join in that work and strengthen the role that we are doing in actually communicating and working with and having outreach with OB&Es and building a live network of members.
Thank you very much. Any other views on this proposal? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. The suggestion by Camila looks interesting, but I need more clarity on what exactly that this subcommittee would do. Thank you.
Go ahead, Camila.
Thank you, Akio. So as you know, we have rules of procedures allow for the creation of a committee or a task force or work groups. My proposal originally was an actual committee to work with the secretariat on the development of the various work being done under OB&Es outreach. That is how we're doing the engagement and the surveys and the events, as well as the further development of the outreach event documents. I heard back from some colleagues that perhaps a actual committee, we had expectations for it to be sort of more formal and it be very meetings based and put a lot of more work for the secretariat in sort of calling for it. And so in trying to be a bit more flexible and making sure that the idea is not on like maybe a full committee and boards that sort of meets, is to actually support that secretariat work and engage intersessionally more closely than what perhaps just the regular information that the secretariat is preparing, to support in that alignment of those strategies and that engagement with OB&Es. We can, I think maybe now it's a bit fast, we can also, one of the first things we can do is write up that terms of reference or less formal that we are doing and engage with these topics intersessionally, because I do feel that there is a lot of value added. We saw a lot of progress happening and a lot of consultations happening in the experience, and there might be a lot of value added in supporting this this work to carry it out. One of the key parts of building this network of members.
Sí, okay, thank you so much. Camila, just to raise an additional point before I give the floor, because we are also reviewing the rules of procedures, and we just want to align with the rules of procedures. In accordance with paragraph 23, the task force assists the advisory board and not, not the secretariat itself in any process, just to raise that. So there is always the possibility to establish a task force or subcommittees and panels. Then I want to go back at some point when we've analyzed this to the subcommittee on conflict of interest, because we have an interpretation from the legal advisor, so we need to fix it and review the membership. So Akio, please go ahead. You ask for the floor.
Thank you, Camila, for your clarification. If her proposal contributes to the facilitation of engagement of potential openings and outreach to the stakeholders. In this case, I think that will be useful. So I'm interested in joining. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues. So my proposal, because no one is objecting, what we can do is we can decide to establish the task force. It will be composed, but at this moment, I think it's Sakio and Camila. And we give you, let's say, the mandate or the homework to work, for instance, in a detailed proposal on the possible terms of reference of the work that you are going to do. So perhaps we can bring the attention of other members in terms of the importance to join this task force. And I think that the main idea is not micromanage the work of the secretariat, but at least to provide some guidance and support them. So that's my suggestion to you, and I want to hear if you have any objection in terms of that mode of work.
Task force on membership. So it is clear. Task force on membership.
Okay, I don't see any objection. Just one clarification for Camila. So we will call it task force on the membership, or what should be the name of the task force, or outreach in general, or just to get some kind of clarity for the decision point, because we are writing that. Outreach is okay? Okay, so we reach an agreement on that. Thank you so much with the membership of the two of you. And Samuel. Okay, thank you so much, because I cannot see the chat. So we have 3 members. And please just give me 1 second, because I need to confirm something with the secretariat. Okay. Okay, thank you so much, colleagues. I'm sorry because I need to consult. Going back again to the subcommittee on conflict of interest, I've received some guidance from the legal person that is supporting the secretariat. And going back to the guidelines on conflict of interest, it says that the subcommittee will be only for composed by its members. So in that sense, I think Gideon cannot be there, but can join other committees if you like. But we need to have an additional member that joined the conflict of interest committee to fill the gap, and also to have the 4 members. So we have Rachid. Thank you so much. And Gideon, do you want to join another one? For instance, the task force on outreach? Yeah? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I think if someone else is please let us know. So with that, I would like to close this agenda item. What we are gonna do as co-chairs, we are gonna break for some minutes so you can rest, and we are gonna, we need to draft what we decide here so you can see it, but we reach an agreement. It's just a matter of typing. Because of course this is the first time that we look at those compositions and these proposals. So I thank you so much, and we hope to have, let's say, 15 minutes break, and we'll be back to continue with the report of the with the, I don't know if it is budget or report of the meeting, but we will let you know. And the idea is to cover the decisions points that are pending, and we are gonna be fast. I think so. Thank you so much. Colleagues, no, before you leave, can you stand up and we take the photo, because otherwise we will never get a photo today. And this is the right moment, and then you can go to the break. Thank you so much. We need Stella bigger, and other colleagues, and the other ones,
and Aisha, if you want to
Samuel,
put your cameras now
please turn on your
for the
camera.
pictures. We could have you on the background.
Just a minute.
Samuel, you need to put some makeup on because it's early for you.
If you can put
Yeah. I need to be well prepared.
Give me a minute too then.
Some makeup.
We're waiting for Ida and Samuel and Aisha possibly to turn cameras on. Hi.
Sorry, it's like 7:52, so I'm sleepy.
Have they taken it yet?
There was a woman from Denmark, and then there was like there was some that like yeah, there was an older man from I mean this guy I think he's going today.
What do you want?
Are they done?
Disability in this program because I am the representative for persons with disability.
Really, I can't hear you.
They're doing another one without us.
Smiling.
Oh, they are done with us, right?
We're done. Thanks, Sam.
Okay, thank you.
Smiling and then we will do one sentence and start the fun.
Let's start with smiling for 5 minutes.
Okay, ready? Oh, perfect timing.
Vamos a un café para el día.
That's the side that opens the foster.
Thank you for your camera shy. There we go.
It's celebration.
Yay. Thank you so much for the photo.
No problem.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's true. Yeah. They can ask them to do it. I'll ask them to do it. I was gonna say we can ask them to. Yeah, I thought about it. Oh, you did it. Go on top of it. Yes, of course. What's the lens cap? I have no pocket. Oh, that's right. Great. Thank you.
So but here it's about that. It's what we were talking about. But because many ways the payment of the people have been charged on the same thing. Now the cash plus any tax that is coming. Yes, yes, yes. But in terms of budget, there is nothing still. So you remind me, I think about to that remember so what is there? Want to move that? What? Okay, but there is nothing. I need to have a clear instruction to whether I will postpone the travel. Travel is proposed to plan so I have to do discussion next week. Sorry. The officials there need to be aware. Has it been done?
No, I just want to make sure that we
Let's try to work on them and then if you want to go to the one to them, thank you so much. Bye bye. Bye.
Wait, wait. Control.
Colleagues, sorry for being late, but we were drafting as fast as possible just to finalize the decisions that we discussed during this morning, this afternoon. Could you please take your seats? Okay, we are in the final part of this meeting, so it depends on us if we are efficient or not. Thank you so much for being patient. So I'm gonna give the floor to Estela, who's gonna go back to the pending agenda items and the decision points that are pending. Stella, can you hear me? You can start, Stella. We have quorum. And just to raise that this document was emailed to you, so you have it in your laptops. Stella, we cannot hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good. You have the floor, Stella.
Are we able to start? Do we have all the members? Yes. Okay,
And
wonderful.
we have on the screen the final report of the meeting with the decision points.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And welcome back, colleagues. We have now the last part of the meeting ahead of us, which is the report of the meeting where we go through the pending decision points. We have been trying to take decisions as we go. As you can recall, decisions have been shared with you after the first day with time for comments. We have received some comments after the first day. We have accommodated those, and I will explain to you how when we go through them. We have then sent the decision points from the second day, yesterday late evening. We also received some comments on that. And then we have made some decisions today, and those were gavelled or read out or shown on the screen. What you have now received from the Secretariat, you should have received an email with a link to the document with the report of the meeting, which has all of the agenda items decision points. And you will see there is a color coding in that document. There are decisions that are color coded in green. These are the ones that have been shared, that didn't receive any comments, or that have been read out and didn't receive any comments, that have been approved. For instance, like the decisions from this morning on the agenda item 7 on regional presence and on the Secretariat recruitment. So you have seen them and we have approved them. So these are the ones that we shouldn't be spending any time on. We're not opening them up again, but they are there so you can have a look. Then there are some decisions that are color-coded blue. They were not officially gavelled, but they have been read out or shared with you, and they have been considered approved, but we will go through them. And then there are other decision points that are orange, or they are not color-coded, and these are the ones where there were changes, there were comments, and we will introduce those to you. So the idea of this session now is not to get into drafting on the screen. We would not like to go through that exercise. We've been adopting decisions, discussing decisions as we were going. It's quite late in the day. This is the last day of our advisory board meeting. But since you have just received the document, I would like to give you a few minutes of time so that you have a look at it. And in particular, have a look at the ones that are green and blue. because those are the ones that should be adopted. So have a look at those first. Hopefully they have no comments from your side. They are, as you have seen, as we have agreed. And we could adopt those in the interest of time, and then we could go through the pending decisions. So let me just give you a couple of minutes, and then I will take you through some of the changes and adopt jointly the decisions that are still pending. Okay, colleagues, shall we move on? Let's, and I'll be taking a look at the order of interventions in case there are flags raised with the support of the Secretariat. But let's just look at the decision. So if we can slowly scroll down and hopefully we can adopt those that are, as we are moving forward, in green. And maybe just a small point, we also have made some decisions intersessionally. You may recall we have taken a decision about holding this meeting intersessionally, about the dates and the venue of this meeting. We have also taken the decision about the representation for the high-level dialogue. So these decisions, according to the rules of procedure, they have to be also included in the meeting report from this meeting. So they will be part of an annex to our meeting report. So we will include there the decisions that we have taken intersessionally. So hopefully that is clear. The first points that we have greened are the ones for agenda items from 1 to 5. So I'm taking that these are adopted, and we're moving to the points under agenda item 6. So under agenda item 6, we have some decision points here that are in orange. And let me just explain to you why. One second. So on the under the decision number 6.1, we have received some comments from members, and we have changed the language to reflect those comments. In the first point, we changed advisory board invited to requested, and then we added further strengthen its outreach to countries and engagement, and the rest is unchanged. So that was the comment from the members, and we have put that into the new language. So hopefully that is okay. In the point 6.2, we also received a comment from the member, and we have added element to that language, which says recalling the decision at SNAB 3 for these guidelines to be translated into all UN languages. Encourage the Secretariat to translate these documents into remaining UN languages in a timely manner. So that is, again, a change that was made to reflect the comment of a member. Hopefully that also is fine with all of you. In the point 6.3, there was a minor comment also received from a member that specified that we request the Secretariat to simplify not only the language, but also the length of the guidelines. If you could scroll down a little bit to 6.3, so that is also reflected. So these are the changes in those 3 points, and these are the points under the kind of chapeau of the agenda item 6 on operationalization of the Santiago network. The last one was green because there was no comments received. So hopefully we can green the three from 6.1 to 6.3 as well. I see no objections to that, so we're doing that. So we are adopting those decisions. Now, can we scroll down to the next point that is in orange? And let me just explain to you what we have, why that one is in orange. There was a comment received from a member that requested us to also specify that we need to build partnership and outreach with diverse OBNEs, especially at the local level. So that is the addition that we made to 6.7 to reflect that comment. Hopefully that is also acceptable to you. There is no objection, so we can green that one as well. Thank you. Now moving on, we're moving to the part B, which is about the provision of technical assistance. And the 6.10, that point is in orange because there was a request from a member that requested us to add after national liaisons to Santiago Network Secretariat and before the UNFCCC national focal points to also add SIDS and LDCs. So we felt that this point is about the increasing the number of requests for technical assistance. And we felt that the language would rather fit into another decision point, which spoke to responding to the capacity constraints of SIDS and LDCs and organizing workshops. That used to be a number 615. I hope it still is. Maybe we could scroll down a little bit to find where we added that comment. It's the point about, it's now 617 actually. So we added the outreach to LDCs and SIDS in that point to reflect that comment. So I hope that is acceptable to the member who proposed that. Can we go back to the point 6.10? So hopefully that didn't change because we didn't include that comment. Hopefully that can be green. Thank you. And now the point 611, there was quite a lot of comments received around that. It was about the specific case studies and a difference between the state kind of lessons learned from the technical assistance provided to Vanuatu, but also then differentiating that from doing an analysis of the process of responding to technical assistance requests once we have accumulated some of those. So we have modified that language, and hopefully it now reflects the comments that were made by some of you after you received this one. So if there is no objection, we will green 611 as well. Now we are moving to the section of 6C, which is about the funding for provided for technical assistance, the managing of funding. So these are the points that were sent to you yesterday evening. And there were no comments on those points. So we should be greening them as well. But please take a look so that we pause a second under this section between 6.12 and 6.12.3. I see no objection, so we can move further down. Now, could you please hold on? So now you can see there is a section on the determination of minimum percentage of technical assistance funded directly by Santiago Network. So there is a change here because this agenda item was actually linked with the agenda item 8 on strategy, We have discussed that under strategy, but the issue of minimum percentage of technical assistance going directly to the vulnerable communities is actually part of the guidelines for managing funding. So there was a comment received after we circulated that decision yesterday to move those decision points into that section. So if you could now scroll down so that you members can see it. So the language has not been changed. It is the one that has been circulated yesterday. There were no comments on the text. There were only comments on the placement. So is there any objection to the change of the placement, which will of course affect how we are treating this agenda item in the future? So it will come under the agenda item linked with the technical assistance provision and specifically the guidelines for management of funding. I see no objection, so thank you. We can clear that. And let's see a little bit lower. Now we are moving to the section D on the outreach and knowledge products. So on those points, there were some comments received after the first day. And we have taken those on board in the following way. In 6.14, which used to be 6.12, but now it's 6.14, we added the part which says noting its importance for the implementation of the Santiago Network's mandate. And we have also added at the end with a view to their adoption in conjunction with the Essence strategy and the communication strategy at the 5th meeting of the Advisory Board of the Santiago Network. I have the hand of Aisha. Aisha, please.
Yeah. Stella, could we just keep the placement where it was instead of putting it here? Because let's not do things hurriedly. And I mean, it's part of the strategy. So let it be there where it was supposed to be.
Thank you, Aisha. So you're referring to the previous section. So the point 6.13 to 6.15, is it?
Yeah, the minimum.
Yeah, the 613.2.
Yes.
Any views on that, colleagues? Aisha, is your comment to put it there for the time being, or is it an objection of putting it under this agenda item?
I would not like this to be here under this agenda item. Let it stay in the strategy, and we have time till first week of May, I think, to give comments on that.
Thank you for that. Well, that doesn't change the
No, I'm not changing
comments. So we are still having it opened, and we will still give comments in line with the comments to the strategy. I think that was actually already gavelled as the content.
I agree, but I'm just saying that instead of putting it here, keep it where it was.
Okay, let me thanks for that, Aisha. Let me just quickly consult and check, because there was a specific comment from another member to move that to this section. So we have divergent views on that. Let me just quickly check. Okay, and I think there is a hand from Camila in the room. So perhaps, Camila, you can also provide some your view on that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Stella. And then just happy to come in to explain the reasoning for the comment. It came because actually, unlike all of the other strategies and documents we have, the minimum allocation is mandated by the parties in our decision in Dubai, paragraph 17 C states that, I'm sorry, I did not open it again, so this is from memory, but states that the advisory board will prepare guidelines for managing funding, including considering minimum allocations for and the language. So it's just to be consistent with the Dubai decision this item should be under managing funding. So that's why I proposed that, Aisha. It doesn't affect the decisions that we've taken. We're just being consistent with the mandate that was given to us by COP CMA and to which we have to respond to.
Okay, but isn't it under the strategy that we were discussing?
So, Aisha, maybe just if I may clarify, and thanks, Camila, for adding the explanation of where the mandate comes. We have been discussing this under the agenda item strategy at this meeting, but in conjunction with the item 6.c of our agenda, which speaks to those guidelines of managing funding. So that perhaps creates a little bit of confusion, why it is here and why it was discussed somewhere else. But it is indeed the placement of that discussion from the decision, from the CMA and COP decision, is linked with the guidelines for managing funding. There was supposed to be an inclusion of the minimum percentage in the guidelines. We adopted the guidelines at the last meeting, but we were not able to determine the minimum percentage. So the idea is that once we follow through with the process, and we are now agreeing on the process, so this proposed approach that was contained in the discussion paper that was discussed at this meeting, once we approve that, there is a timeline that actually takes us to the review of the guidelines for managing funding. And when this process is completed and when we review, we will then include it over there. So it actually makes sense for our discussions to be linked with that agenda item rather than with the overall strategy. But because it was placed on the agenda under strategy, there is perhaps this confusion, but it was always to be treated in conjunction with the agenda item 6.c on the guidelines for managing funding. I hope that clarifies. We're not trying to rush anything. We're also not changing any substance here, and we'll still provide the window for written comments and for approving the proposed approach intersessionally, as you can see, is now proposed in the 6.13.2. That is the idea behind it. So we're just putting it where it actually belongs more clearly. And I hope that that could be acceptable for you.
Okay, so my understanding was that setting this, minimum amount is actually part of the strategy, because we have to see that what works, what doesn't work. We look at the best practices, and instead of the funding guidelines, this minimum amount should stem from the strategy, a funding strategy, rather than the guidelines. Guideline is the process, that how it's going to be done, and how to make sure that this process is done and all that. So that's why conceptually my understanding is that it belongs to a strategy, not to the guidelines.
Okay, thanks, Aisha. I think we have another flag up from Alpha in the room.
It is not related to that point, even though I see the value of everything. The fact that the reference to the minimum percentage is in a decision related to management of funding, guidelines for managing funding, does not necessarily mean it has to be part of it. But I'm fine with that conversation. My point is that I've seen in a consistent manner requests for written input. I'm happy to do that. But what's about the discussion, the wealth of discussion that we had here? So I think in all the point, in all agenda items where discussion were made, we need to have a hook saying that those elements have to be reflected down the road if the secretariat prepare the paper, because there might be a perception that only written comments will be applicable. So that's my concern. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Alpha, for that. And you are absolutely right. The idea is that for all the documents that we have discussed at this meeting and that we will be finalizing or having a new version at the given time, the Secretariat is taking on board all the comments that were made at the meeting. And then if there is a special request for submitting written comments, that is also then taken on board in addition to that. So I think that we have tried to do that consistently over the decision points. Could we just scroll up if to make sure that is not captured here? Yes, this is the part where we are inviting to submit additional comments, and we request the Secretariat to update and revise proposed approach for consideration and adoption. So if that gives comfort to Alpha, we can maybe just add that to update and revise the proposed approach based on the discussion. So for consideration and adoption, we can say based on the discussion at the 4th meeting and the written comments. But this is also, I mean, it's an important point, but we can also just do that change. It's an editorial change, but making sure there is a consistency that we try to reflect in all the decisions. So if the Secretariat can do it, and with that change, we would then adopt this. And I need to go back to Aisha to make sure that this is fine with you as well.
Okay.
Thank you, Aisha. Thank you for your flexibility and on that point. So Alpha, do I take it that when the Secretariat adds that to the final edits, that will be okay with you?
Yes, if it is reflected across the document. Well,
yes.
one point, I think it will be important for the next meeting, if we are arriving at this last moment, that we use track changes. We are having document, we don't know. I have made a lot of comment, and I'm tired to follow everything. And yes, I trust the process, but I think we need to track that. And hence, I think it should be our standard procedures. If a draft decision is shared and any changes made, we need to see that in the track changes before adoption. Otherwise, we don't know what we are I guess you understand what I'm saying. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks so much, Alpha. And I will ask your indulgence. We are new co-chairs with Angela, and it's the first time we're working jointly with the Secretariat on that. We did not have any time to coordinate our working practices, so we learn as we go. There are definitely things we can do better or differently, and we will have that discussion after the meeting with the Secretariat to make sure that the process of taking decisions is as efficient as possible. For now, what we've been doing is that where there were changes proposed, including from yourself, I am trying to now explain those changes so that you are all aware of them. So even if it's not seen as track changes, I am explaining in detail which changes we've introduced. But I take your point, and we will, as I said, we will come back with the mode of work for us as co-chair together with the Secretariat shortly. So let me just check. I don't see any other flags being raised or no signal. The Secretariat has made the change, which I think reflects our discussion now. So colleagues, can we move on from that part? And we are moving on to the part D of agenda item 6 on the outreach. And there has been some changes in that one. So let me just tell you that here in the 6.14, we have added, as I read out actually before, we added the part on noting the importance of the implementation of the Santiago Network's mandate, and at the end, with the view to their adoption in conjunction with the strategy and communication strategy of the 5th meeting. So that is actually reflecting the comments that were received. So if that is okay, and we have just here maybe something to clarify, we have the deadline for comments, which we need to agree on. There are 2 proposals for 1st of May and 15th of May. Let's not open a long discussion on that. Is the 1st of May agreeable to all?
No, 15th is better.
Sorry, that was from Aisha, right? I didn't see
Yes.
So is 15th of May agreeable to all? Any objections to that? No objections. All right. So can we green this paragraph? On the next paragraph, just to tell you that there have been, sorry.
Sorry,
Yes.
I'm asking for the floor
Please.
before of the paragraph.
Yes, it's not necessarily to this paragraph. We have a set of documents that we started working on, and we are going to get a revised version based on the written comment and the discussion we had. So, and the way the decision points are presented, it's not clear which document is still on the process. I don't know how to capture that, but I mean, the whole discussion, for instance, minimum percentage and the strategy, the communication, even this very outreach document, I think we do not have the final version. So perhaps we don't need to do that, but I think in the editing, we need to make that clear. It is an ongoing document, because otherwise you might have, if you are not in this process, you might have the sense that is,
Yeah, thanks, Alpha. Again, we're trying to do that in the decision points. That's exactly the reason why we always meeting, if it's intersessionally, if it's in. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, could you please repeat the last part, because we lose part of the intervention. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I didn't lose you, but I will repeat again. So thanks, Alpha, for this remark. And just to say that we are trying to do that consistently. We take your point. We in this case, for instance, we're giving a deadline for comments. We're specifying when there will be the adoption. There might be differences between different decisions. If there is an adoption at the next meeting, if there is an adoption intersessionally, we are trying to specify that. But as you may recall, there is a package of strategies that we discussed this week, and all of those fit together. And we will try to have all of them adopted at our next meeting. So that's the idea, that there is the 0 drafts are being discussed here. There is a deadline for comments, so providing written feedback. There will be a new version, and we will come back to those documents in a new iteration at the meeting, the 5th meeting of the advisory board, with the view to adopting them. Hopefully that is clear, but again, I take your point on making sure that our decision points are clear and always specify it. There is quite a lot of decision points, so it can be a little bit confusing, but hopefully all is in the detail. So can we move on now to the point 6.15 that you see on the screen? Just to say that there was comments received from member on that particular point. So it was changed to really reflect that here we are talking about the collaboration with the EXCOM and its thematic groups, with the view to avoiding duplication, in particularly in the development of knowledge products. So that is this point is a little bit changed compared to that previous version, because some members made comments, and I think it has been made clearer without changing the substance of that point. So if we could move on now to the next one, which is this one is green, so there were no comments received. And 6.15, this is actually the one that I have already explained why the change was made to this one, to add the outreach to LDCs and SIDS, because it was proposed under a different decision point, and we have just moved it here. So hopefully that is okay, because there was no objection when I introduced that earlier. And then we can look at the point 6.18. Which is the point that has been just drafted in the previous session, because it was about the establishment of the task force on outreach. Could we scroll up a little bit so that it's visible on the screen? Colleagues, have you lost me?
We can hear you.
Okay, because it doesn't show fully on the screen for me, but this is the point that reflects now the composition with those members who volunteered to be part of the task force. So we have added the names. and we are inviting the task force to develop the terms of reference for consideration by the advisory board. Alpha, the floor is yours.
Thank you. First of all, I'm wondering, we are introducing a lot of new elements. We have committees, of task force, etc. That is becoming XCOM-like, and that's the first point. I think all these groups are set up to help us arrive to certain things. If possible, we can have one naming for all of them, because if I heard task force, and particularly in the context where task force is a very important tool, so a very important arrangement within the XCOM, is becoming a bit confusing. So I think the wording task force might be confusing. We can call it committee and then along. That's the first point. Sorry, I wasn't here, and I did my best to really actively participate in the meeting and then present my humble contribution to help us advance the point. But I'm not clear about the work of the task force, because that was not discussed.
Thank you, Alpha. I take your point, but indeed we have discussed this when you were out of the room, and we have agreed on that language already. We only needed to put the names fully and make sure that the advisory board sees that on the screen or by email, because that's the practice. And just to clarify, there is a possibility in the rules of procedure to have task forces. So we also didn't want to have, that's what was discussed in the room before. We made a difference between a distinction between the subcommittees and this task force, which is a little bit less formal, and it's not supposed to be permanent, but it's something that was proposed, and we discussed the proposal and we agreed on that. So hopefully that is adopted.
I also have. Can I raise my?
Please, Aisha. Yes,
Yeah.
you have the floor.
Yeah. Thank you. So I also agree with Alpha that I think if we make a committee, or it's who is in the task force, and then task force is all on their own developing their TORs, and it's giving too much power to few people. I mean, outreach is very important, and even in the para before that, I think it should have been that yes, the advisory board welcomed the organization of the workshop for LTCs and SITs, and requested the secretariat to continue its outreach to all regions. I mean, it's the board is not saying to continue outreach. I mean, yes, board welcomed the workshop for LDCs and SITs, but the outreach has to continue to all the regions, including through the planned workshops in Africa and the Caribbean. So why do we have to mention the same thing twice?
Thank you, Aisha, for your comment. Let me just respond to your points. As you can see in the 618, we are inviting the task force to actually develop terms of reference for the consideration of the advisory board. So whatever they propose as their terms of reference for what mode of working, it will have to be approved by the advisory board. So this is the way we operate to make sure that the advisory board decides as a full body. This is a possibility under rules of procedure. We can set up subcommittees, panels, task forces, and a working group. So hopefully that is acceptable for you with that explanation. On the other point that you have made, if I may respond, indeed the outreach is for everyone, but that specific agenda decision point is about the workshops for LDCs and SIDS. And the outreach here was added to that specific point because the actual comment from a member was to add outreach to highlight the outreach to this group in general in another point. And we when we reviewed, we proposed to put it here because it fits with the kind of general work towards the SIDS and LDCs that the advisory board and the secretariat are doing, including through the workshop. So it's a separate point from the general outreach points, which are above. Let me just check the order of flags because I know that there are other flags raised. But Aisha, you may react first, and I am told that Alpha has a flag up again.
So yeah, I can understand, but at the same time, there were also points raised by the board members that all regions are important, and I absolutely agree that board should welcome the workshop in LDCs and SIDS, which is perfect. But when we are talking generally about outreach, it has to be for all the regions. And if we are making a task force, it should have representation from all regions. Because this is a work which is too important. So it should have representation from all the regions.
Thank you, Aisha. And Alpha, please.
Thank you. I actually share the sentiment by Aisha, and it is Africa culture that we are open to widen our solidarity. So I guess if there's outreach, should not be only specifically related to Africa, but to all continents.
Thank you, Alpha. I know there are other flags raised in the room, so I'll give the floor to Matthias and then to Camila.
Yes, thank you, Stella. I mean, on this task force, we have discussed it, and I think Camila explained what the task force is about. We all heard it in the room, and I think we all agreed. I think some members were hesitant to set up something permanent. Also that we are still in the early stage of the history of the advisory board, and we learn as we go along. And for this matter, it is an important matter, especially at this stage of the evolution of the Santiago network, where outreach is particularly crucial. And we would like to stick with this task force approach, and think there's a good set of not all the subcommittees and sub structures of the board will be able to bring on board all the categories of members we have in the advisory board. I mean, also the conflict of interest, it's even mandated to have 4 members, and it's just the way we work. It's not, otherwise we can't have the full plenary meetings. So yeah, just to support this, and also the other on the SITs and the LDCs, as you said, very rightly, co-chair, there's a generic language on outreach to all reaches, but this paragraph is about LDCs and SITs in particular. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthias. And Camila?
Thank you, Co-Chair. I think Matthias has said exactly what I wanted to say. These are 2 distinct paragraphs. I think they're being confused. The task force is for the overall work on outreach, not just on SIDS and LDCs. So, of course, we will be dealing with outreach to all regions and all developing countries. And as I said, the SIDS and LDCs paragraph is just to correct the fact that the SIDS and LDCs workshops are pending. We are not saying that all outreach is in SIDS and LDCs. This is just a request to please move on with the SIDS and LDCs workshops that are pending. All of the work that the Santiago Network is doing is for all developing countries that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effect of climate change. So hopefully with that clarified, we can green these two paragraphs.
Thank you, Camila, and also Aisha, please consider
Please,
that,
yeah.
clarification.
So,
Apologies, Aisha, because I have order of flags that I have to follow. I'll give you the floor. Just to say that you may also want to consider being part of the task force. We welcome members, but I know that Alpha has raised his flag, so he will go first, and then Aisha.
Thank you, co-chair. First, I think the outreach, it is understanding that the outreach and knowledge product is being prepared to accommodate the view by Aisha. I think in the 614, there should be a request or a request to the secretariat to to strengthen its current modality of outreaching, because we need that, and despite of the fact whether we have outreach strategy or not, and that perhaps will accommodate the position to the point made by Aisha. Second point is just to draw your attention that I'm fine with everything, but I'm not that, I should confess, the rule of procedures, I'm not quite clear about that. So I need to read that, I think, definitely, because it's becoming very relevant. But the fact is, the setup of the current task force, if that is agreeable to everyone, it means first, it is an open-ended. It should be applied also for subcommittees. And secondly, the notion of developing countries is not represented there. I'm fine with that approach because we are not negotiators here. We are only board members. So I'm fine with having the point, but I guess to have a balanced approach, because we have committees that does not have at this point of time sufficient members. I think we need to perhaps to cap, or we keep it open-ended. I'm fine with everything. But the point that I'm making, the decision, if it's taken now, it's becoming a precedent. So it will be applied down the road. That's just to be aware of, and then as deemed as necessary, and from my perspective, it goes for the interest of the Santiago network. As from my perspective, I will be making sure that that the precedent that we set, we abide by it. Thanks.
Thank you, Alpha. Let me just come back on some of your points. So for the rules of procedure, we do not have any qualifiers or descriptors around setting up the task forces or subcommittees. Nothing is said about their composition or about their number. The only qualifiers that we have were about the conflict of interest, because that was decided in the guidelines of conflict of interest that we have approved, and there we have the provision for the balanced representation and due consideration to the gender balance, and the number 4. We are not setting precedents. I wouldn't like us to think about it in this way. There is an open-ended formulation in the rules of procedure. Everyone is very welcome to volunteer to those groups that are set up without the distinct number. So I hope that is also the understanding we can set up. And on your other point on developing versus developed countries, absolutely, we are not here working as developing countries. We are nominated to this advisory board as representatives of regional groups and representatives of constituencies and representatives of ExCom. So we do not have that kind of balance. We do not have that kind of bifurcation. But we do have, for instance, on the COI committee, we have the balanced representation, and we are trying to make sure that it's not just one region that is in the subcommittee, but different colleagues representing different regions are in the subcommittee. So I hope that clarifies, and I promise to give the floor back to Aisha. So please, Aisha, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Stella. I think in 6.17, I still think that there is no need to repeat outreach focus to LDCs and SIDS because we have very nicely, eloquently added in the first line, and we all welcome the organization of the workshop. Now, when you are mentioning it again, here we need to mention outreach to all regions, including through the planned workshop in Africa and the Caribbean. Because, you know, the only region now excluded seems to be Asia Pacific. So why are we not ready to make a reference to all regions? I mean, I'm not saying make a reference to Asia Pacific that the next workshop should now be in Asia Pacific. I am saying that make a focus of outreach to all regions. I don't really see the why can't we make it more inclusive? Why do we want to make it exclusive?
Thank you, Aisha. Thank you. Let me just say one point. It's 5:30. We are stuck at the agenda point 6. We're having a very lengthy discussions, and we still have quite a lot of decision points to go through. We might be losing quorum around 6 o'clock, as some members will need to leave. So I really beg for your flexibility and your indulgence to go through those decision points so that we can adopt the meeting report and be able to have an outcome of this meeting. On your point, if we could go back to the point 614 or whichever it is higher, these elements of broader outreach are included in the outreach strategy. So the outreach strategy is very generic and speaks to all the developing countries that are particularly vulnerable. It is not in the decision point because it is part of the proposed strategy. The point that we are now discussing is a very specific point around the workshops. And in that sense, the outreach needs to continue to those countries to prepare those workshops, especially those that haven't taken place. And that is the explanation. I really ask for your flexibility on that so that we can move on. If not, if we are not able to adopt it, we will have to park it for now and we move on. Aisha, are you happy to green those, or do we park it the point 617, we green point 618, we move on, and then we see we have to come back to it?
I think there is no need to mention it twice. Then remove that one sentence. I mean, we have welcomed it, that's fine, because the whole tilt is going to certain regions. And there is one region which is excluded, so which is not acceptable to me.
Okay, thank you, Aisha. So we leave that for now. I know there are flags in the room, but I will not take more views. Perhaps if I can ask you to chat on the chat. I know otherwise you could huddle in the room to sort that issue. I know it's an issue between Camila, Matthias, and Aisha. Maybe you can sort it out on the chat, but we need to move on so that we go through other decision points. Hopefully that is okay. We're not adopting this one yet. It's still in orange. And I ask you to talk to each other to sort this one out. So let's move on to the next decision points. So we are not opening up those. These are the ones on point 7.A and 7.B. These are the ones we adopted this morning. They were green, they were gobbled. So please go scroll down. These are now the points under the agenda item 8, Santiago Network Strategy. You have received those after our discussions yesterday. There were no comments received on substance, so these should be deemed adopted. I take it there's no objections to that, so we move to the point 9. That is the point, please go down. That is the point on communication. And here we are in blue because we had this agenda item today. I have read out the decisions as proposed, and you now see it for the first time in writing. They were sent by email, so we didn't gavel that point. So we need to do that. So please take a look. Let me just see if there is anything that was new that was introduced to that point. but that doesn't seem to be the case. These are the points. These are the points that were read out by me. Sorry, there is a change being made as we speak. I know, Aisha, you have your hand up, but I thought it was the legacy. Thank you. I think it was the legacy. So we're still sorting out the issue where you raised your hand. So can we take that as adopted? The decision points under agenda item 9 on communications. Okay,
it's not
Alpha.
just to make a remark. So here it specifically said for consideration of the advisory board for adoption at its 5th meeting. I didn't pay attention to the other open document. It's the same sentence there because we need to be consistent everywhere. That's the point I wanted to make.
Yes, thank you. And that's a very good point. That was our intention for the strategy elements, the different strategies that we looked at this meeting for the zero draft, all those that are for the adoption at the 5th meeting, that's what it says. I think the only element was the one on the minimum percentage, which says for the approval intersessionally, because that was supposed to be actually approved at this meeting, and we have not done it. With that, can we adopt that point? There's no objection. So please, Angela.
Just the deadline is 7th May here. Previous deadline was 15th. So do we want to make it consistent, or here it will remain 7th?
So we are in your hands. We try to make some differentiation so that perhaps not everything is piled up for the same date. We try to spread it out a little bit, but we're in your hands. If you prefer that we expand it to the 15th and we keep all the deadlines aligned, or at least those that need to be aligned for the adoption at the 5th meeting, we can do that. Is that your suggestion, Aisha, to change the deadline to the 15th?
I'm fine with both. So if people prefer 7th,
Any
okay.
objections to the 7th from the room?
I'm seeking just a clarification.
Please, go ahead.
No objection, just to indicate, because you only spoke about the strategies, but we have other documents that are also open, like the minimum percentage. And I think we had in the presentation made by the secretariat the deadline presented, and I think if we can actually, for consideration of the advisory board for adoption at the meeting that correspond to the proposal made by Carolina, so that we are consistent again. Because it's not only outreach, it's not only the strategies, but there are also other documents that are also open. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Alpha. So on the minimum percentage, as I have just said before, we have a different deadline because we're not adopting a document, we're adopting a process. And it's a proposed approach that has been proposed in the discussion paper. And that proposed approach was supposed to be agreed at this meeting, at the 4th meeting, but we have not done it. So we are still providing a window of opportunity for comments, but we want to adopt it intersessionally. And the reason for that is that the proposed approach includes activities that would already take place this year. If we only wait for adoption of that document at our next meeting, which will be in September, we will not give the green light to already implement the proposed approach. So we have put the deadline for comments, and then we have suggested approval or endorsement of that proposed approach intersessionally, without specifying when that would happen, noting that we have a process for taking decisions intersessionally. So I hope that clarifies. And there was no objection on the point 9, so can we take it as adopted? Okay, thank you. So maybe we need to gavel that. We are now at the point, agenda item 10, resource mobilization. Again, this was discussed yesterday and you have received the decision points. There were no comments on that one, except for the point 10.1.1, which was a comment that speaks to the consistency of our language, also the point that you have been mentioning, Alpha, that we're trying to use the same language around not noting the zero draft, but welcoming the discussion on the zero draft, and then inviting for written feedback and asking the Secretariat to develop a new iteration. So this is our attempt to keep consistency, and we took on board the comment of a member in that regard. So that's why the 10.1.1 is in blue, but there are no comments on the substance. So I hope that this can be adopted as well. Are there any objections? I don't hear any objections, so please, we can adopt the decisions under agenda item 10 and we can gavel them. Thank you. So now we're moving to the agenda item 11 on the budget. Here, could we scroll a little bit up so we see a little bit more? We can't see all of it. But this is the point that the point in orange is the one that I have explained in the previous session. We've taken up that item again earlier today. And we have explained, we've had a conversation around this item where the changes were proposed by you, Alpha, and we have adapted that language. So I hope this now reflects our discussion, and we can also green that paragraph of the decision. No flags, thank you very much. So we're moving forward, that's really good. We have now the point 11.3, and that is the point on the establishment of the subcommittee on budget. And because we were not able to have all the names that constitute this committee, we had a change proposed in the earlier session to provide for possibility for members to offer to serve on this subcommittee. And we're inviting nominations of members by 15th of May. So that the idea is also that we are able to constitute that committee, not at the next meeting in September, but sooner, so that those who are part of it can already engage in the work on the budget. So hopefully that reflects the discussions that were made, that were in the room. I think there is a flag from Alpha and a hand from Aisha. So Alpha and then Aisha.
Yes, thank you, Co-Chair. I think we need to be consistent. And as far as I can remember, I nominated myself and someone else also had his name. And in the spirit of open-endedness and the not precedent, the working modality that we approved through the decision before, I would like to kindly request to put the name on the table that are already proposed. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We had indeed your name and the name of Eneida. At least those are the ones I remember. So if that is okay, we can add the names and we can then invite other members to propose themselves to that. Aisha, the floor is yours. Okay, Aisha, you lowered your hand. So when we add those names...
Can I, hello. I wanted to make a comment. That's why I lowered it. So I think we have to be consistent, and I also requested to be part of it, and we can have the same approach for outreach. There should be a deadline for being part of the outreach task force as well.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you, Aisha, for volunteering for that and also for volunteering to the others. So we will also add your name above. And we still have to come back to the point 6. So we can take a look at it when your name is added there. But thank you so much. With that, can we take that point as adopted? I don't hear any objections. Of course, we still are filling up the names to reflect it fully, but if we can green that point, then we can gavel the agenda decisions under agenda item 11. Thank you very much. So we are now moving to agenda item 12. Just recalling, this one is in green because my co-chair Angela actually gavelled it when we had that discussion just a few hours ago. So that is now reflected for you on the screen, but we have already taken that decision, so we do not have to gavel it again. Now we move to the agenda item 13, decision points, and those are still in no color because we have approved those decisions as we were going through, but of course we haven't seen the text. So now we are just highlighting the decisions that we agreed before. The first one was to have the reflection that the advisory board requested the secretariat to prepare key messages for the intervention during the high-level dialogue for approval by the co-chairs. That was suggested and was agreeable to members when we had that agenda item a couple of hours ago. Do I take it there are no objections on this point? No objections, so we can put that in green. The next point, sorry, there is a flag.
Yes, sorry for taking the floor. We agreed here that an intervention will be prepared for approval by the co-chairs, and I do support that. But I think the intervention should be also shared with us. That's the point. So it should not be only a limited number, because what is going to happen there matters for all board members. So I kindly request and confirm our trust in you approving the document, but for record's sake, we would like to see the intervention as soon they are approved. Thanks.
Thank you, Alpha, for that point. We can absolutely do that, and of course, for transparency reasons, I think we would have done it anyway, even if it's not recorded in the decision points. That would be the practice to share this type of messages, as this is a really key point for our engagement in the high-level dialogue. But of course, we can add that to the decision point. Exactly. Thank you so much for making the change and share with the advisory board for information. Thank you so much. I hope that we can now approve this point. Thank you. Now we're moving to the point B on conflict of interest subcommittee. And we have already agreed on that in the previous session. We are now just qualifying, putting that in the language, making sure that is in line with the rules of procedure. Could we go down to see what comes under? Yes, we're also appointing the members that have volunteered. And for that specific subcommittee, we did have a provision that it should be 4 members and representing a balanced representation of different regional groups. We're also inviting the committee to develop terms of reference, again, in line with our rules of procedure. And we request the Secretariat to support the work of the subcommittee in the consultation with its members. So can I take it that there are no objections to this? No flags. Thank you very much. So we can gavel that those decision points on agenda item 13. So unfortunately, we cannot yet go to the 14 because we still have some pending elements higher up. Let's go back to those. So this is the one that we still have to sort out. I hope that there was time for colleagues to consult as we were moving on to the other decision points. Could I give the floor to the colleagues for views on that decision point? Perhaps the consultations are still ongoing.
Yeah, nobody is consulting me, by the way. So I personally think that we should just make it more inclusive rather than exclusive, because it just talks about it's more loaded actually. Had it been that we welcome 2025 outreach events, this, and that's it. And advisory board thinks that similar outreach activities should continue in all regions, and that's it.
Thank you for
But
the
here the language is kind of done in such a manner that it's more, it makes it exclusionary. So that's my point of view, that we can make a reference to LDCs and to SAIDs, to African region, to Caribbean. I have no problem. But it's 2025 events in these regions that we are welcoming. So we can say that advisory board welcome 2025 outreach events here, and directed to continue similar outreach events in all regions. I'm fine with this language.
Thank you, Aisha. And I give the floor to Camila.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Aisha, please check your messages because I have been chatting with you. A sidelines consultation. But just to clarify, because I think there's some misunderstanding, no outreach events have happened in 2025. So we are welcoming the one that happened in 2024. And what we're saying here, because you seem the ones in Africa and the Caribbean are not different to the SITs and LDCs. It is the SITs and LDCs workshop. So maybe that is the part that the message is not clear. So it's the outreach to the SITs and LDCs workshops that are going to be held in Africa and Caribbean. In Africa for the African SITs and LDCs, and in the Caribbean for the Caribbean SITs and LDCs. So this isn't, and it isn't an exclusion of region. These are the pending workshops that have not taken place. So it's not excluding any region, but correcting a delay that has happened for the SITs and LDCs region. This is the only paragraph in all of the decisions that we are taking that talks about the SITs and LDCs. There is a specific mandate to the Santiago network to support SITs and LDCs in preparing their TA. This is how we're responding to that mandate. This is in no way excluding any region. This paragraph is in no way tied to the one below, which is this task force for outreach for the advisory board generally. If you also take a look at the document that we're preparing, which is the strategy, it's also phrased as developing countries that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse of climate change around the globe. So I understand that you are asking for other workshops, but I think that this is not speaking to workshops for Africa and for the Pacific. These are the SITs and LDCs workshops that are pending. So this is a decision we already took. We are just asking the advisory board, the secretariat, to actually deliver on those workshops.
Okay, I understand that, but then there are category of countries which are being excluded. So, because Asia Pacific one was also basically focused on SIDS. So what I'm saying is that why are we making outreach activities references which are uh, kind of encouraging for the next future activities also towards LDCs and SIDS? So let's make it, for I mean, even if something happened in 24, so we can say that advisory board members welcomed the workshop held in 2024 and looking forward to the 2025 in this region, and will continue to have outreach activity for other regions and developing countries.
Thank you, and please let's respect the order of flags. I know it's a little bit difficult for us being online, but I know there is a flag from Alpha and followed by ED. But I also would like to come back to Camila because I think I heard a proposal from you on how to amend that para so that would make it clear what we are talking about. But let me give the floor to Alpha and then ED, and then maybe Camila, if you have a proposal to make that paragraph clear as you were explaining earlier. Alpha?
So first, my dear Aisha, I would like to welcome you in this process. I understand where you are coming from. And actually, these workshops were planned before even the first meeting of the Santiago network. They weren't made, but the budget was allocated and the budget moved between different hands. Now we need to do the workshop. However, as I indicated, from Africa perspective, we support all regions. And I think the point you are making is a valid one, but it cannot be addressed here because this is a specific mandate. And speaking to LDCs and SIDS, my proposal will be perhaps in the 6.15 to request the Secretariat to strengthen or to its outreach to different regions while developing the outreach strategy. So, and then your point is addressed, and we do not touch a very valid point by LDCs and SIDS, even though I share your views. Is that good for? Is that a good proposal from your end?
Apologies, Alpha. Can we go to this point because that point is on the XCOM collaboration. So it's not 6:15. We may be using different numbers. I take your suggestion, but I think we're talking about very different things here. I know that ED's flag is down now. I don't know if there are any other flags in the room on that specific point.
Contact Matthias, please.
Matthias?
Yeah, thank you. And as I said before, I think I agree with other colleagues that this is just a paragraph on the country categories, which are the LDCs and SIDS, which we have in different continents of the world. And then we actually have, would want to remind colleagues that we also have the paragraph 6.1 that says the advisory board requested the Santiago Network Secretariat to further strengthen its outreach to countries without specifying. And then it goes on with the engagement with the national liaisons. So we have this generic, open-ended outreach that has to happen to all countries, to all developing countries in particular. So, yeah, I'm saying these are just, we have to read this proposal in the context of all the decisions we are taking here. And since I have the floor, actually, I'm sorry to come back on another, but I actually also would like to volunteer for the budget committee, if that's okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Matthias. And Matthias, I think you made a concrete suggestion on changing that. So can we do that first? Could I ask you to say again the changes you're proposing? So maybe we can reflect that.
I've sent a proposal on the chat that responds to all the concerns. Happy to read it out here if co-chair, if I may.
Yes, Camila, please, you may read out the proposal and then we can circulate on that one and then we go back to the point on the committee that Matthias volunteered to. Camila, please.
So it would be the advisory board welcomed the organization of the workshop for LDCs and SITs in the Pacific in 2024, requested the Secretariat to expedite the organization of the pending SITs and LDCs workshops in, I'm sorry, I was typing fast, in Africa and the Caribbean in 2025, and identify further outreach opportunities in developing countries particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change around the world. So just, it's that these are the SITs and LDCs that are pending, and then continue to identify outreach activities like they have sort of where we can participate, for instance, like when Rashid participated in the regional workshops in Arab world, and this type of activities that continue to happen. And hopefully, Aisha, that clarifies the point while still maintaining the specific request for the specific SITs and LDCs workshops.
Thank you very much, Camila. You now see that proposal reflected. I think it captures the points that were made in this discussion.
I'm fine with it.
You're fine with it.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah,
you so much. Thank you. So we're taking that as the point 617. And with that, if there are no objections, we are approving that point.
Alpha. Estela.
Alpha. Sorry, Alpha.
I do not have any objection, but a recommendation. The LDC's SITS workshop in Africa will be held in Senegal, as far as I'm informed. And I think it's weird a Senegalese is sitting in this board and not being part of the outreach task force. Particularly, they have been talking about things, and it do. Okay.
Are you volunteering ED for the Outreach Task Force, Alpha?
You grant me that power, I will do that.
You want me to have more work? My work at home is.
Okay, so thank you. There was no objection on 617, so I suggest we're greening that. Now let me just clarify, Edie, do you want your name added to the task force in 618?
Okay, so.
Yes. Thank you. We're adding Edie to that. Please reflect that on the screen. Aisha, your hand is raised.
Yeah, so I just want to ensure that the LDC Asia Pacific workshop was done in 2023 or 2024?
Could someone answer the question?
Secretariat would know that.
So so the 3 regional workshops were done in 2023. And then there were 3 SITS LDCs workshop, which was one in the Pacific, that was 2024. And then the 2 pending ones that are going to be held in 2025.
Okay. Fine. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you so much.
So I would like to be part of the outreach task force as well.
I think you already are, Aisha. Your name is there.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And that is, we're gaveling that because it's the last item that was under agenda item 6 and it's green. So we're done with that. So gavel, congratulations. Thank you so much. And we have to now go back to the point 14. And that is adoption of this report. Is there an objection? I see a flag from Camila.
There's not an objection. There's just one point before we gavel that last one. And I hope you will indulge me. And this should not be controversial at all. And thank you for quickly carrying us through this. But I think, and it has been said at various points, but I would like to add 2 decision items that should not be controversial. But one, this was Carolina's first meeting with us at the board at ED. as an ED, so we don't have to wordsmith it now. It can be put, I'm sure the Secretariat can draft it, but I would like to welcome the appointment and the presence of Carolina as our first ED, because it's a milestone. And a second one, to express appreciation to the interim secretariat for the intercessional work towards the operationalization of the Santiago network, and encourage the coordination in the handover to the permanent secretariat. I can send this to the SEC unofficially. We don't need to wordsmith it. If people are comfortable with adding these two languages, hopefully they can be added and agreed.
Thank you so much, Camila, and please send it on the chat so that we can all see it. I don't think there will be any objection. Of course, full support from my side for adding those, but there are comments in the room. So, Alpha.
Yes, it's not an objection, but I guess the last paragraph, we said that the interim secretary will continue throughout the year. So we should not tell them bye-bye first. We should keep them. And that's why I will submit a short amendment to reflect that decision. Thanks.
Thanks, Alpha. Can we do that quickly so that we can adopt it right on time? We are past 6 p.m. We have colleagues who are leaving. We would like to gavel that. Hopefully, you could circulate very quickly what you have to propose. Sorry?
Just to say that I already gobble.
I don't hear the gavel from here. Apologies. I also see the hand from Aisha. Aisha, do you want to come in? Aisha, did you want to come in?
Yeah, just wanted to thank the co-chairs for their wonderful, speedy work and conducting the meeting in a very professional manner.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, and thanks from my side to my co-chair Angela, and to the secretariat as well. So do we take it that we can adopt this meeting report with the changes that have been introduced now by Camila with the amendment of Alpha?
No, I gobble.
Okay, perfect. So with that, thank you so much. We have adopted the meeting report. The last agenda point we have is the closure of meeting, and because it will be easier to manage from the room, will you allow me, Angela, if I pass the floor to you for that closure of the meeting agenda item?
Thank you, Estela, and thank you very much, all of you, for your patience and your support. I think it was a long day. But I think we reached different milestones, and I think it was, a pleasure to be with you for the first time as co-chairs. We are learning. We are here to serve you, and we look forward to continue working with you in the spirit of compromise and trying to increase the work and the visibility of the need to deliver technical assistance in our countries and communities. So thank you to you. Thanks to you, thanks to board members, thanks to the observers, thanks to the secretariat, and all the people who was behind here supporting us, because it was not only our work, it was the work that we did it together. So thank you so much, and I would like to give the floor to the director who wants to give some words, and then Alpha for the closing remarks. Thank you so much.
Yes, many thanks, advisory board members. Just to express my gratitude for the very warm welcome. That is the way I feel. Warmly welcome to the Santiago network, and also by the recognition of the work of the colleagues supporting the Secretariat on an interim basis, and also of our co-hosts. We have achieved great progress thanks to their work. So many thanks for that. I can only reassure you, as director of the Santiago network, my full commitment and dedication to implement the decisions that you have adopted, and keep also making progress in the delivery of the mission of the Santiago Network. Thank you very much, advisory board members and representatives.
Thank you very much. Now, Alpha, and we close the meeting.
Actually, you will be closing. I'm just saying some funny things and then you close. And because you have a co-shares and you really mastered the very heavy meeting, and I'm very surprised that Akio can be very active. As not, and I think we need to acknowledge the effort by Aisha and by Stella being online. It's not easy in the same room.
I'm also online, you know.
Samuel, yeah, bro, yeah. Sorry for that, and all the observers also online, and I think from my end, it is also a good feeling to be on the other side, and congratulations to you, co-chairs, and to the secretariat, and to all of us for the tense but successful meeting. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you once again. Thanks to the Secretariat and to all of you. And I look forward to continue working intersessionally. We have a lot of work ahead. Please don't forget the comments. Don't forget that we have, different kind of work that we have to do intersessionally. Thank you so much. And I think we have Paul asking for the floor.
Hello, I have just written two questions in chat box. So would you mind to answer the questions?
Paul, we already closed the meeting, but just to let you know that the secretariat will approach you and they will provide the answers that you need in terms of the meeting and the questions that you raise. Thank you very much for your support, and I hope you have enough time to buy chocolates and enjoy Switzerland. Thank you so much.
Send me chocolates to the US, please. Buy from Sweden, send to the US. I miss sweet salt chocolates.
See you soon. Bye bye. Thank you so much.
Samuel, bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Where do you want to go? I think we should. What kind of other sparkles? Yeah, but we put the I didn't deserve for long. But just very. That's okay. Yeah, but that's the kind.
Yeah, you're gonna need all your stuff.
I did. There's still a couple of.
Without your channel, I don't think it would have. C'était un plaisir.